definitely they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No, so turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
This is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm milling for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's Basic. Again.
That's right. I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's Basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to M4!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight it out, eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your hand, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I cut the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight it out, eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm milling for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
That's right. That's, I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
You say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Leighton for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Boba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team from Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They've brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to M4!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Man, oh man, insane matches yesterday, but now, as we are embarking for Season 2 and on Day 3 for Week 1, we have amazing teams competing today in King of the Hill. And what is King of the Hill exactly? Well, the rules are simple. It is first come, first serve, best of one. Winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. And now we have two amazing teams ready to go inside of the Land of the Dawn, embarking inside of the draft. We have team We Don't Sleep going up against Excellent Era. Joined on the desk with myself, I have Coach Deku, who will be handling the on-point analysis as your on-point analyst, and I will be doing the play-by-play throughout the Land of the Dawn as these teams engage. How you doing today, Deku?
I'm doing great, Weezy. Excited, right? Still on the first week of Season 2. Now we're on Day 3, going into King of the Hill, that best of one gauntlet to really put these teams up to the medal, right? Seen a lot of teams, and it actually happened a lot up in M4, right? Teams looking very in shape, very well tuned in those longer series, but those best of ones, man, they kind of start out most tournaments, and that's where a lot of teams struggle. So I feel like the event we had with King of the Hill really let us see if these teams can manage the pressure up against each other with little to no information, and then have it pretty much all in for the win. So I'm very excited to see the side of Excellent Era up against We Don't Sleep for this first match.
Yeah, definitely a lot of excitement on the way as you are seeing Tap over there picking up that Hayabusa. We've seen how deadly it can be. I think Hayabusa had one of the best plays over there by Kyrie inside of M4. So to see it pulled out in the MLSA, I'm expecting some great things. But speaking of great things, you are seeing Durza locking that Grok. We know how well of a flex pick that is, but with King Arbs taking up this Lapu Lapu, this is going to confirm the Grok being the being the roam for the side of Excellent Era.
Absolutely. And speaking of picks that we're seeing, Nana being locked in on the side of We Don't Sleep, a team we haven't hosted in any events. It's our first time seeing this team. This is actually one of the first times I think we've seen Nana in the MLSA over the first season and heading into the second season. It's going to be the first appearance for Nana out here in the Land of Dawn for us on this platform. So it'll be very interesting to see maybe a little bit of a pocket pick, maybe a statement to be made from them. But speaking of statements from the side of Excellent Era right now, we are seeing a couple picks being hovered over that Moskov and Granger. We know Granger loves to be in the hands of Ken, the jungler for Excellent Era, but you can't sleep on that Moskov as well in the hands of Ergo, and there it goes. They have locked in the comfort pick for the gold laner of Excellent Era.
And like you spoke about, Ergo, right? Used to go by the name of Ark, did a little bit of a character development. Ark himself, and now picking up that Moskov. We've seen how deadly his marksman's been so far, just with yesterday's matches, and now to see him slot up that Moskov, a little bit of that CW skill on the way with that attack speed possibly, and that Inspire. So you have to be a little careful rushing into him. But keep in mind, we do have Hayabusa going up against him, so he has to watch out for that Ouija Shadow kill, as Hayabusa has a really easy time finding his way to that gold lane to be able to take down that marksman. But an interesting pick right now that I am looking at is Nana being slotted. Not something you typically see, and I really wonder what the game plan is going forward with that locked in for the mid lane on the side of We Don't Sleep.
Absolutely, and you can see that they're definitely going to be banking on it. They banned out a couple mages, right? They banned out the Eve, right, in the first phase, which is pretty not too typical, right? Maybe later on in the draft, we normally see it does get picked up, but being banned out and then as alongside with the Valentina, it looks like they're trying to minimize that mid lane pull for the side of Excellent Era in response. I mean, when you take the Nana, right, you leave a lot of things on the table for the enemy composition to be able to pick up to match up. That might be just a little too strong for Nana on the paper. But speaking of things a little too strong, we kind of harped on a little bit about Ergo with that Moskov. I feel like maybe it could have been a ban that was used there if they were going to go for something specific. We did see, right, last time Excellent Era stepped out here, they went up against Wavo, and we saw 5 marksman bans for the first time in MLSA, all targeted at the gold laner for Excellent Era there. I feel like maybe that could have been a little more of a game plan, maybe take out a comfort. Taking out that Moskov might have been a little better for them in place of that Eve. I feel like that might have been a much better target for the team they're going up against. But that being said, speaking of bans, in that second phase, they have been completed, right? We saw Kaja and Fanny be taken off the board. Some very strong picks to go ahead and get rid of. And then as alongside with that, some more marksmen, right? Juan and Claude, so a little more response to closing down pulls from the side of Excellent Era as they're looking to make Moskov profit in that gold lane and have kind of an easy time in this match.
Now, something I am noticing so far is that Martis has not been slotted nor banned from either side, but you do know Hayabusa will be the jungler for We Don't Sleep, and I'm wondering if Excellent Era notices that Martis has walks, and if they're going to kind of pick this up. But wait a minute, speaking of pickups, Yun's going to go ahead and hover over this Atlas. Possible fatal links in the Land of the Dawn today, as they don't really have a direct counter against it, and it wouldn't be the worst option, but I'm wondering, you know, for the side of Excellent Era, what they're going to lock in that jungle. I think Martis would be a very solid pickup, even against that Atlas with the motor coils, to be able to give a little bit of that anti-CC, especially on that jungle. But wait, is that a Lolita possibly being hovered over to finalize the draft? Steve picking up that Clint, and it looks like it may just indeed be the Atlas to finalize the draft for the side of We Don't Sleep.
Definitely, and I kind of like that Clint pick. I feel like there's a lot of poke that you get out of that gold lane. I feel like he has a good chance to match up against Ergo on that Moscow, because we know he likes to be aggressive, right? But Steve, with some proper positioning, can maybe punish him on some of those dashes, get him caught in those ropes, and be able to, you know, stack on a little bit with that passive from the grenade bombardment there. But anything stacking up Ling and locked into the hands of Ken. Traditionally, we see him on these snowball, these damaged junglers. I haven't really seen him pull out stuff like the Ling. He never really goes for the assassins. He goes for more things like Granger, you know, Roger, stuff like that. But now we're seeing him maybe flex into the assassin realm up against Tap on this Hayabusa. We do have some untraditional picks there, Weezy, in the mid lanes. Battle for unpopular picks there. Nana up against Zask. So I guess now we can't really say which way this can go, as neither one of these mids have really been utilized at any level that we've been watching, or at least for myself personally. I don't know about you, Weezy, if you've been able to see these picks be used in action, but it's going to be an interesting match, we said, for We Don't Sleep to be their first time out here, a first-time pick for Nana. So there's some interesting themes and narratives being put in place right now as we are heading in to the first match of the night for King of the Hill.
Yeah, and like you said, some interesting drafts indeed. And with these new picks that we see, and also new players, maybe some new meta on the table for North America. Now, looking at this Zask, this is the first time I've seen a Zask in a professional scene be pulled out. Nana, I can't say I haven't seen it before, but not too often. But something that we haven't seen before, like you said, was We Don't Sleep. A new team kind of going out here, trying to build some synergy, going up against a veteran team in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. And Ergo, like we spoke about previously, by the name of Arc, definitely one of the more known marksmen in the community. But speaking about what we are seeing today, we are looking at Ken on this Ling and Hayabusa to go up against him. Two assassins in the jungle.
Definitely, and we're seeing them both have that mirrored start, right? They're both starting on that blue buff rotation there. It'll be interesting to see who's going to go for the Litho, though. We do know, right, the roam. They have Durza on this Grok. That's some good early damage there, but hang on here. Looks like maybe Hayabusa was going for the red invade, but already being spotted out. But it looks like he's going to take the 1v1 potentially up against Kim. He has to be careful. Look at the formation coming here from Excellent Air. They are forcing members back. He could be collapsed on here. They know where he is. They got the Litho, and now being caught out with the Hayabusa. The Shadow's in play, but he has nowhere to go now. We were talking about that, but able to get shifty just enough to disengage.
And down he goes to Zask, and now I'm kind of scratching my head, right? Not only was he playing passive and trying to wait to take a potential creep in the jungle, but letting the Letho slide and then getting bursted down and giving the kill to the mid lane of the opposing side. Not really where you want to be, especially as the jungle. But on the bottom side, you do see the Dragon Tail over there by this Yuzong bursted down with the Justice Blades on King Arbs with the Lapu Lapu. And that is 2 kills on the board already, 1 minute in for the side of Excellent Era.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you don't want to see if you're We Don't Sleep. I feel like there's too many aggressive plays for them. Speaking of aggressive, Ergo actually winning it out up against Steve, but keep an eye on Ken.
Timberson Blades going down by Ling, unable to hit the mark, but is still going to go in for the kill, taking down Steve, and that is the 3rd kill on the board. Excellent Era already paving the way in the early game.
And we spoke about this, right? Don't really want to let Ergo have his way with that comfort, with that Moskov. Be careful here, Lapu Lapu. I don't know if he has the read here on the ambush potentially.
But you do see a clash going in. You do see the Raging Slash activated with the Bravest Fighter. King Arb's gonna find another kill, and down goes Akosi. Down goes Yuzong. 2 deaths on the board already, having a very hard time getting online. But speaking of hard times, both teams battling over custody for this turtle. And in a bad situation, though, as it is a 3v1, and they are able to zone him out. Guardian's Barrier trapping him inside of the bush. The Fatal Links as a response, but down he goes into the hands of this Zas, and also taking the turtle for the side of Excellent Era.
That's right. An Excellent Era is kind of running away with this right now. Black Dragon form from Akosi Lapu. I'm not really sure what that was all for right now. They need to, oh gosh, in the jungle here.
You do see Tap going down. Hayabusa, jungler for the side of We Don't Sleep, and Kin trying to steal that blue buff, unable to connect though, but Clash still going on. Little Fan's gonna find a kill on to Yuzong. 3 kills on the board already for this Zas. Not done though. Yun in a bad situation, trying to escape, able to get out of there with 1 HP. And it looks like the fight is now over. But what was once 0-1, 0-2, 0-3 is now 0-7. An Excellent Era is on fire for the early game.
Definitely on fire. Like you said, 0-7, but they're also up 3K gold right now, and that's coming from these excellent rotations, these excellent ganks. They've been profiting on all of them. And take a moment to look at some of these builds. I find it interesting, right? That crossbow, that new item that got added in, right, to Mobile Legends and to these builds. You can see it on the Zask even right now, and then even on the Link. Some Links been using it here and there, and now even Moskov has it. So we have a couple of picks, it looks like, going for that little component. I assume Zask is obviously going to go for Feather of Heaven, which also was itemized with that component. The that crossbow has been added into the game. So there's 3 of those coming in from the side of Excellent Air, and it seems like it's profiting, as all of those picks are currently ahead right now. And you can also see a gap in the match as far as the gold coming to Excellent Era, making those good rotations. But speaking of rotations,
Ken's gonna find a kill again, taking down Yuzong, now 0-4. Akosi having a really bad day in the XP lane, and a really great day for the side of Ken on this Ling. But speaking of the teams, you do see an engagement. Wild Charge connecting onto the wall, able to stun down Nana, proccing that passive, able to get out of there though. Double Fatal Links by Atlas provided. Ken's gonna go ahead and get a kill though in response to that, and down he goes. But Steve in a bad situation, 4v1. They're gonna rush down on him, and Durz is gonna take up that kill. Tips of Blaze going in by Ken as a means of escape and trying to take out Tap, but he's able to use that Ouija Shadow kill to get out of that 4v1 situation.
Absolutely, and they're imposing their will right now. We Don't Sleep still not on the board. Is Ergo is going to pick up his first kill in the match there. Already having a good game, sitting 1-0-3 now. Definitely in prime condition to take over with the rest of Excellent Era here, as they have no ability to contest these neutrals. They have no way to contest all these rotations on these ganks. They've been getting beat up all over the place in their jungle, in the lane, and in the towers. You can see it in the XP lane right now, just being overpowered in all aspects of the match right now. But keep an eye on the setup here from Excellent Era. We could see a potential engage.
And there you go, Wild Charge connecting, and in a bad situation for Yun on this Atlas. Can he get away with another 1 HP? No, he can't. Ergo having other plans, gonna burst him down with the power of the spear. And he is now off of the board. The roam for the side of We Don't Sleep, and it's going to create the opportunity to be more aggressive for the side of Excellent Era to close in and take some real estate. But speaking of real estate, King Arb's trying to burst down the tier 1 turret. You do see Black Dragon as a response by Akosi rushing in. He's going to go ahead and clear out that minion right before the turret goes down, but looks like Hayabusa having a little bit of a hard time. Bravest Fighter rushing in, and Ouija Shadow kill possibly on the way, but no, Ling is going to burst him down on the Quad Shadow, and Hayabusa is off of the map and into the caster's desk. Tips of Blades going down, tower diving onto Akosi. King Arb's joining the fight. Durza rushing in as well. Down goes the tier 1 turret for the XP lane. Dragon Tail activated for some shot essence. Double Fatal Link, but down goes Yuzong to the Zaz. We do see Justice Blades going in, but not in time as Zaz picks up a double kill and is going to go ahead and burst down Yun. Down goes Atlas. And like we said, on fire now, 15-0. Decker, this may be a record for the MLSA.
It's definitely setting the bar high in a couple areas, and I feel like this is just an insane showcase that we're seeing. But speaking of insane, the action still going on.
You do see Ergo picking up a kill. Is going to take down Tap. Silong on this Hayabusa. Ergo getting a kill onto Steve. On fire with the double kill. You do see Yuzong, or actually that was Zaz picking up a kill, taking out Nana with no passive. Just climbing up in this kill lead, and you're not seeing a response or any answers from We Don't Sleep. Literally the side of Excellent Era putting them to sleep today on this early game, and Oh my goodness, there you go again. Down goes Yu Zhong into the hands of the Zask, and maybe, ladies and gentlemen, we might see some new meta on the board for North America.
And you know what? I find that funny that you say that. You mentioned the caster disc not too long ago, and I definitely know one person in the NA MLBB scene who would be enthused to watch Excellent Era, and that's G the Ico, right? The self-proclaimed Zaz God himself would love to see Fangirl out here getting it done on the Zaz, sitting 7-0-4, picking up that glowing wand right there on our screen. Going to be adding in some additional damage. Speaking of damage, we're seeing Moskov locking in that ever so improved build we've been seeing, right, with that Corrosion Scythe and Golden Staff. You can see him working towards the DHS now. Speaking of DHS, Ling now does have that unlocked to take down these compositions.
Speaking of composition, Tempest Blades going down with the Black Dragon as well. Dragon Tail activated, getting some shot essence. Urgo bursting him down though. Down goes Lapu Lapu on the Yu Zhong. Bravest Fighter activated. Steve getting a kill, taking out Ling on that Clint. Urgo's gonna take the tier 2 for the mid lane in response though. And man, not looking good. That is the first kill on the board though for the side of We Don't Sleep. And that was Steve able to pick that up and burst down Kin on the Ling. 8 minutes in, 1-20.
1-20. They might not sleep, but the way this match is going, Wheezy, I might end up falling asleep because Excellent Era is giving it so We Don't Sleep. They're finally finding their first kill in this match, but they're down 9k gold. That one kill is not going to be enough. They're going to have to come up with a little more to be able to answer to the current scene of the match right now, and Excellent Era doesn't like they're going to give them that opportunities. They are picking up that first Lord now to go ahead and push down, and there's already no towers on the side of We Don't Sleep besides the inhibitor. It's going to be a free push for the Lord to go ahead and walk down one step closer to the nexus of We Don't Sleep.
It looks like they are going to possibly clash it out on the red buff. You do see the Spear by Moskov thrown across the map. Fatal Links into the bush for a triple set, but nobody to respond, and down he goes into Urgo. Yun is off of the board again. No Atlas to help him with the Fatal Links. Their Roam will not be able to provide that front line, and you are seeing Lord push his way down the bottom side, but they were not able to sink the top lane, which will give them a slight advantage for the side of We Don't Sleep to defend, but I'm not sure if that is enough to hold them back. But speaking of enough, you do see the Black Dragon hovering around, waiting to drop down, possibly get a kill, maybe chasing down Kin, realizing he has low HP, but dropping into the wall with the double knockup with Dragon's Tail. You do see the Soul Grip, the enhanced Soul Grip, matter of fact, able to get some shot essence, Godlike activated. Nana getting a kill onto Arbs, takes out the Lapu Lapu. Lord crashing into the Nexus, Guardian's Barrier to try and stop him. Luigi Shadow kill by Hayabusa is going to find a way into Urgo, and down goes the Lord, and it looks like they were able to defend, losing only the bottom inhibitor turret, and Dur's in a bad situation now. Needs to back up. Can he get away? Looks like he may not be able to escape this engagement, and Zahir right on his tail, and down he goes. That is Tap Cylon picking up another kill. And now you are starting to see, which was once, what, an 18-0? Now 23-4, but still a very strong game as the side of Excellent Era has a lot of real estate. They have not lost a single turret. They are up by almost 10k gold, and they're just having a really good time on all of these engagements.
Having a really good time, but I feel like they're kind of extending time, right? I feel like when the micro is a little overpowering, the macro starts to fall off, because realistically, they played that just about as poorly as you could with a Lord push. Definitely weren't sinking those waves like you pointed out in that top side. It could have been a much smoother process, but I think they're just lacking a little focus and attention right here, and you definitely don't want to see that, because that's how epic comebacks happen. But speaking of comebacks here,
you do see the Black Dragon going down, but Zas responding, able to get away from it, but here goes Ling. Tips of Blades rushing in, wasting a lot of utility on the board from both members. Quad Shadow activated, do a little bit of poke damage onto Kin and King Arbs. There goes the Magic Sentry. They're going to give a little bit of vision onto the side of Excellent Era, invading on that red buff, and that will kind of expose them hiding inside of those bushes. And now, with the side of We Don't Sleep having only 2 inhibitors to defend them and barely hanging on in that mid lane, they have to be very careful on how they choose these engagements, as any mistake can close out this game for the side of Excellent Era for an early finish.
Definitely, and you can see the setup right now potentially from Excellent Era, the Grok and that Moskov sitting around. But speaking of setups here, looking at these items, seems like We Don't Sleep is still just a little too far behind. They haven't met kind of that 3-item mark that you really need to be able to bounce back and maybe have a potential in those team fights. They're an item or 2 short, right? Most of the members have picked up at least 2 items and starting to work towards 3 to give themselves a little bit of a chance to fight back. We've seen some of that, right? A couple brief instances of some opportunity for them. They just need a little more economy to kind of even it up. They're still down 8k, but we are getting to that point in the game where the items kind of starting to go out the window as the gap starts to minimize as far as items being picked up. With items being picked up, Moskov with that Hawkspaw and Wind of Nature is going to be a beast in those fights. He's already very far ahead. He is up 2k gold up against this Clint and already having his damage slotted in, but with that survivability now, it's going to be hard to take him out. Speaking of hard to take him out here,
you do see a possible clash on the way. Lord going to the side of Excellent Era for a possible early finish. And now all they need to really do is kind of sink these lanes and take advantage of the real estate that they've claimed so far in the early phase. Only 12 minutes in, 4-23, very high kill lead and high gold lead, about 10,000. And just on fire. Taking a look at Ergo, 7-1-6. Beautiful KDA over there by Moskov. But look at this Zask. Who would have thought a 7-0-8 Zask on the board right now? And maybe I need to pick him up inside of my toolbox for the mid lane. But speaking of toolbox, you do have an additional tool for the side of Excellent Era. Luminous Lord pushing in on the bottom side. And like we stated, just needing to sink these lanes. Don't be overly aggressive and wait for the opportunity to close this out. And everybody, the big question right now is, are we going to see We Don't Sleep kind of hold them back and stop this Lord from crashing into the Nexus, or will we see the side of Excellent Era put We Don't Sleep to sleep today? You do see the Ouija Shadow Kill going in, trying to give a little bit of clears on the minions, but a lot of waste for that utility. And now Hayabusa forced to recall. Black Dragon going down, hovering over, possibly going to drop in, but look at Moskov rushing into the turret, not even going for the engagement. And ladies and gentlemen, Excellent Era not even worried about the fight, is going to take the game.
And that's just a smooth of a match as you're going to get when you get onto that competitive level, right? An MVP falling into the hands of Zash. Actually, MVP falling to the hands of both the unsung heroes of these drafts, Nana and Zaz. The most unorthodox picks we've ever seen in the MLSA, both getting their own little MVP, a winner trophy for Zask, and a participation medal for Nana over there. But let's take a look at these statistics and see what kind of led to the overwhelming pressure that is Excellent Air. And you can see it there. A big component of that is Ergo on that Moskov, on that comfort. Like we spoke about before in previous series, he loves to go for that 1v1 potential in those side lanes for that split push, as he did lead the way with 56%, 22k turret damage coming from him. But speaking of damage, Zask leading the way in those team fights with 25%. So he got 43k damage, leading the way in those team fights to be able to provide some of that assistance, be able to pick up those kills. So I do think he actually led in the kill column in that category. So a great game from Excellent Air, well-rounded plan as they do take down We Don't Sleep. And we're going to be joining them in the slumber party.
Definitely joining them in the slumber party in a beautiful game. Some great synergy, some great micro and macro, and Excellent Era just getting the job done. One of those veteran teams in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We Don't Sleep, first time really playing, first time competing, so that's okay. Just got to work on those imperfections and then get back at it again. And that's the whole purpose of these matches, is for these teams to learn and get ready for the MLBB North American scene, the professional scene, such as leagues that are upcoming in the distant future. So if you guys are out there and you think you have what it takes to take some of these teams down, definitely register on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server. Also, shout out to everybody in the live stream across from Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America YouTube as well. But that is not it. We are hosting King of the Hill, and like we said, the rules are simple. All of these teams are competing in a first come first serve, best of one. Winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And right now, Excellent Era already leading the way, showing how strong and how committed they are to maintain that crown. But there is another team ready to go to join them in the Land of the Dawn and possibly snatch it off of their heads. And that's right, we have the team Ohana Esports, who is going to join the scene, a team that's been competing in the MLSA for pretty much a while now, in Season 1 as well. And I think they have what it takes possibly to take them down. So find out here shortly as we embark for Game 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your age? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and the doors have officially opened. That's right, we are on Season 2, Day 3 on Week 1, and right now we're running King of the Hill, and a bunch of people are asking, what is that? What is the MLSA? Well, like I said, we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we offer teams the chance to compete on a professional platform and improve their craft and take their casual gameplay to a professional scene. And the whole purpose of this is to get teams ready for leagues that are upcoming in the distant future. So if that sounds like something up your alley, definitely register now by joining us on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server. We are also live on the MLBB North America YouTube channel and on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel at the same time. So I appreciate everybody tuning in from both sides of the board. But like I said, right now it is King of the Hill, and the rules are simple. First come, first serve, best of one winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And right now, we have two amazing teams ready to compete. Excellent Era already holding on to the crown, taking down We Don't Sleep with a phenomenal finish, trying to break records for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. And they are going up against Ohana Esports, another veteran team from the MLSA who thinks they have what it takes to snatch that crown off their heads. So definitely place your guys' votes and let us know who you think will prevail for match 2 in King of the Hill today. Joined on the desk will be two amazing casters. Coach Decker, do you even breathe on the play-by-play, and also Master Rim with the on-point analysis. How you guys doing today?
I'm doing great. Very excited, right, to go into another match. And we have Excellent Air returning for the second game. They did win the first match of the night in King of the Hill. They will be up against Ohana Esports. So I'm definitely looking forward to a great match in between them. And speaking of great, I'm doing great. But Rim, how are you up here on the caster desk tonight?
Likewise, I'm doing great as well. But speaking of great things, I am seeing some great things coming in here from the side of Excellent Era. Right now, looking at their draft here, they already lock in Ken, as you mentioned before in the previous match. We were accustomed to seeing him on the picks like the Granger and these heroes that's capable of just having that snowball potential, right? We do see Durza on this Chow, which is most likely going to be in the roam position, as King Art's already locked in that Lapu Lapu there, which is going to be in the EXP lane, right? But before I pass over to the draft of Ohana here, I want to say we've seen them run this composition before, so I'm expecting Ergo to lock in one of those marksmen that is able to split push, because he is a split push menace, right? The Moscow is still open, and that's something that he's done pretty well on. So, and it's not banned out, right? So he can definitely secure that comfort pick. But things that's not going to be able to be secured is that Atlas, as he was taken out because Tiggy is still on the board. And the side of Ohana, they still need a roamer, right? But we do see them hovering over this Lolita, which I would personally suggest they go ahead and lock this in right now, because it's a great combo to pair up with J-EY there on the Eve with that real world manipulation. And then you have Minna on this Clint that's able to just poke from the backlines, right? And then I'm not going to discount the Roth pick. He is still strong in the EXP lane, as he does have the ability to secure those kills.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more, but let's not stop there on giving praise to the Lolita pick. It does go well with Jay here on this E, but not only that, look over there at the jungler, right? For Ken on the Granger, a great counter pickup in the hands of Jay here with this Lolita, which offers in that shield, right? To be able to go up against him when he's trying to find those angles, trying to find those shots, as he is very linear with his attacks. Everything is very straightforward, which goes very well into the hands of Lolita to be able to negate a lot of the damage that Ken is going to look to put onto the members of Ohana Esports. So I couldn't love this pick any more than I already do. But speaking of picks here, we are seeing the Wadang being locked in by Ergo. I would like to say this was the first time, but I know it's not. We saw this be locked in by Wavo this week during the opening season. So I think it was actually during scrims. It might have been they locked in the Wadang, a team that loves to pull out some of those unorthodox picks. It looks like they're going to go ahead and do that now. I'm not really sure where it's going to go because they have Durza on the team. This could end up being a Wadang roam. They are very strange. It's like we are seeing a couple swaps. Maybe they're fooling around here. Oh, actually, King Arch is going to pick up the chill and go to the roam, and they're sending Durza out here to the XP lane.
Absolutely, and it's interesting, right? But speaking of interesting, Jay locking in this Fanny, and as we all know, she's also one of those heroes with amazing snowball potential if she's able to get online in that early game, right? So not only do they have the team fight coming in from the side of Ohana Esports, but they also have some more of that pick-off potential as well to add to their kits, but equally matched up in terms of pick-offs, right? The King Arps does have the Way of the Dragon at his disposal, and the scaling coming in from Lily there on that Sicilian is going to definitely make that late game damage and poke be present for the side of Excellent Era, right? Because as we know, Ken Granger, he's one of those ADCs that's not able to dish out damage as fast, as he is more dependent on those skills as well as his passive to secure that final hit, right? So definitely a good pick there in the mid lane. They have the ability to engage in some team fights, but they definitely have to focus on getting those pickups, because if you look at the draft coming in from the side of Ohana Esports, as I mentioned, they have the real world manipulation, they have the aluminum blast from that Lolita, right? So they definitely have the ability to be a menace here. But speaking of menace,
I'm not sure what was really going on there. It looks like Jay realized what was going on, maybe a little bit of technical difficulties for them. So he's going to die to a lot of damage from the towers, taking the damage. Jay on the Fanny, looking to pick up an early kill in retaliation. Not going to be able to pick it up, but it's going to force Arbs on the Cho to recall. This kid's going to start working on this lit, though.
They definitely, I hope that issue gets started out, because that's not what you want to see, right? Like I said, you are the ones that has the ability to pick off as well as, engage in these team fights, but you can't be allowing yourself to get picked off like that for no reason. But speaking of,
we are seeing a little aggression coming out from Ergo here. He needs to be careful. Lolita is in the bush. I don't know if he has a read on that. Could potentially get ganked, could get shut down here. And I feel like we didn't even talk about it here. This is a gold lane Wadang right now in the hands of Ergo of the side of Excellent Air. This is a very interesting matchup. They're putting all the faith and trust for marksman capabilities and Ken on this jungle. But speaking of things in the jungle, Fanny starting to rotate up to the top side. And keep an eye on her. Might be going for something here. Darth is locking in to a potential fight here with Durza on the Lapu. So they're going to go ahead and shift their attention to the bot side of the map. Ooh, but action not over here. Hang on. Ergo catching Clint up against the wall. It's a member down already from the side of Ohana Esports. 1-0 so far. Fanny is going to come in to delete this bot dang here with those steel cables. But Lolita's going to shut the Sicilian down as well with the return fire from the shield damage. But Ken's not looking to let that go without an answer. Find out over. Dropping Jay very low, but not able to secure a kill. So trade favoring into the side of Ohana Esports. Styrop doing a good job of bullying Durza here up in the top side as the turtle has spawned in. It'll be interesting to see what team is going to make the first move for this objective, and it's looking like the side of Ohana is going to go ahead and start pulling that. They're going to pull the aggro as Fanny is working on that blue buff right now.
Absolutely, and they definitely can afford to make their rotation to go secure this neutral objective. But speaking of things being secure, we do see a little pull happening there, but they're not. The side of Excellent Era may not contest this turtle, as it is going to go in the hands of Ohana Esports, being secured by that Darath, right? Looking at these picks right now, Fanny already have a number online there, right? But speaking of online in the mid lane,
we are seeing some action go on just a little bit. They're forcing Cecilion to back up just a little bit in the lane. They're going to have to respect that. But speaking of back up here, Clint is in trouble as Baldang is initiating the engage. They're going to find the kill that is going to go into the hands of Ars, but not before it gets traded out. And speaking of trades, Durza on the top side going to take down this Dyroff in the XP. Both teams finding a kill in both lanes. And somewhere in the midst, Granger, Ken was also taken down in the midst of all that. A lot of bodies on the ground on the map right now as these teams are kind of duking it out as it's 4-4 on the board.
Absolutely, but a lot of things in hand. We do see you being able to secure that enchanted talisman, gonna help her be able to deal some more damage here. But speaking of damage, we do see Jay on the Fanny, playing Fanny how she's supposed to be played in this early game, right? And she can afford to do that. She has the defense, but we do see a clash.
Yes, there is a big engage going on. Way of the Dragon is going to secure the mispositioning here of Clint, as that's going to fall into the hands of Ken on this Granger, who's now 1-1 and 2 into this early game.
Absolutely, and I would like to see the side of Ohana Esports put a little more pressure in that lane, as they're already starting to put some work in on that tower. They're down in the bot side, and they're able to secure it. And we do see, a little recoil coming up there, but an engage.
In the bot side, that is right. Ergo is getting punished right now as Jay's going to come find that kill on the Fanny, a 1-for-0 trade in the favor of Ohana, as they have taken down the gold laner for Excellent Era.
Now, I'm not sure what the thought process behind that play was. You secured the tower. It would have been wise for you to back off a bit. But we see here in the top side, Durza not backing off, as he's definitely laying some smackdowns here in the top side. And that's what you want to see, right? The turtle is spawning. So if you're able, as the EXP laner, to get the opposing side's EXP laner a little more low, it'll automatically make this turtle contest. But speaking of contest,
We've seen the way of the Dragon on Jay. They are going to pick up that kill on the Eve. There was an Excellent Air securing that first pick off, but they are going to be able to get that turtle as Ken is able to sneak that in. And not only that, but picking up a kill, so he's going to lay Dyroff down in the dirt. And Excellent Era finding a way right now to put on that early aggression to edge out Ohana over that second neutral objective.
Absolutely, but they're definitely on the path of securing objectives here, right? As they were able to push a little bit on that tower in the bot side. We do see Granger locking in that early game movement speed, as well as physical penetration with that Hunter Strike there, right? But we do see a concealed play.
They are making a move over to the mid lane. They have no minions, though, so might be a little too much to ask. They are starting to pile up. The teams are grouping over now. So current 4v4 situation. Make that 5v4 actually in the mid. Is Excellent Air is going to be able to take down that turret. Roller manipulation dropping down. Arch the way of Dragon secured. Jay into the hands for the killing spree into Granger's hand, but make that a double as they're looking for potentially more Raging Slash into the tower. Ken's going to find a triple kill as he takes down the mid lane for Ohana Esports, and Ken is online right now, 5-1 and 3. Ohana Esports trying to find a trade though somewhere. Darth is going to take down that tower in the top side.
Now, everyone would expect it to be the Fanny that's the one securing these double kills and triple kills, but no, it's actually Ken on this Granger, and he has the items to be able to do so, right? Like I said, he had the Hunter Strike before that's able to help him deal some of this additional damage, right? And looking at Cecilion, he already picked up, speaking of pickups,
we're seeing another way of the Dragon coming out from Arbs here. So he's putting another kill into the hands of Ken, who has now climbed up to 6. But hang on here, fight's not over. Dyroff might have overstayed his welcome, thinking it's a 1v1, but here comes the Stampede. Excellent Era, a kill in the Ken, make that 2 as he's entered into the fight. An unofficial triple kill, and now Fanny being taken down by Cecilia. I never thought I'd say that. A fist crack into the face of Clint underneath that inhibitor is going to pick up another kill. That's 4 members down from the side of Ohana. Excellent Era imposing their will, a dominating force in this match.
Absolutely, and it's like I said, they had the snowball composition, and it's something that Excellent Era has been practicing, right? That's their thing right now, and we can definitely see that with how they're executing this draft, right? But looking at the side of Ohana Esports, they do have this Clint and this Durrot to be able to help them in the mid lane. But speaking of help,
more action going on as Ken is going to be able to find that mid inhibitor. And now looking at the blue buff, it looks like Jay wants to be able to secure that. A sneaky retry coming into your own jungle. Definitely something that you don't expect. He doesn't even find the blue buff as Sicilian is going to take Jay down one more time. Sicilian actually beating out the assassin. And at that point in the game, you know it's not looking too good if you're Ohana Esports. Excellent air crowding around on the inhibitor. Tower passive has been popped here. Slow's being come in, but look at the flicker G Kundu coming in from King Arbs, finds the Clint, but will they be able to find the damage? Def Sonata doing a lot. They're not going to be able to find the kill as Clint is going to be able to punish Arbs for the turret dive there, but speaking of turret, Excellent Air still not backing away. They are going to take that, like we said, they took off the pass, so it is free. Ergo might have overstayed his welcome, a little too much aggression. Fist crack almost taking out Jay out of the mix, but don't worry, still young with the bad impact is going to be able to clean that up. Abysm strike, but it's not going to get the job done. Double kill into the mid laner from Excellent Air, but here comes the steel cables, here comes the cutthroat shutdown into the hands of Jay. Ohana losing a lot, but still fighting back in this match.
like I said, they do have that Clint at their disposal. He has the early game, he has the critical damage, right, as well as this endless battle coming in to add on to the true damage that he's able to deal. I would have loved to see this out of Excellent Air, but they're ahead. They should have just backed off and went and secured this Lord, right? All they did was allow the side of Ohana Esports to pick up some items, as he already has that Ice Queen wand, which is definitely going to help in terms of adding some more utility to the side of Ohana Esports. And you don't want to just give that to them for free. But speaking of things being taken here, we are seeing Ken taking this Lord without any contest from the side of Ohana Esports, and that's a great play on their side, right? Use these minions to be able to build up on these items. But speaking of build up, a conceal play
coming in from King Arbs, he's looking for something here. Hasn't been able to find anything just yet. Bad fees coming out from Sicilian. They might be caught out just a little bit away. The Dragon is going to be able to secure a kill, though. Fanny trying to trade that out. Does find Granger, does find Ken. That is a shutdown. King Arbs dropping low from the grenade bombardment from Minna on this Clint. He's going to be able to finish that kill. That's a 2-for-2 trade. Not going into either side's favor. With that Lord down in the mid lane for Excellent Air, they do have an unofficial member to help them out here. We are seeing the side lanes. Ergo had push the lane. Durzo looking potentially to make something happen in that top side. The minions are moving over to the inhibitor, but like we said, Ohana spawning in the number advantage over to their side. It's like nothing's going to happen, but keep an eye on Ergo here in the bush. He does have that Heptaseed. The passive is proc. He could potentially take someone down if they take a step in the wrong direction. I feel like that's exactly what he's waiting for here. They're going to have to be careful. Someone's going to have to clear him out on vision. But speaking of vision, eyes on Arbs, eyes on Jay. They have met up in the jungle. Arbs looking for a play. Durzo with the brave fighter stance, but now being caught out with the slows from this Eve real world manipulation dropping in. The reality of the situation is they are grouping up from the side of Ohana, but they're not looking for the follow-up here. They potentially could have made a play. Lolita might have been able to follow it up with a Numian Blast, but a little bit too much passive might be the surprise. Hold up. Speaking of surprise, Flicker G Kundu is going to find Jay on this Lolita with the weight of the dragon, but not going to lead to anything. A lot of utility, a lot of ultimates used from both teams, but nothing coming of it quite yet. But you can tell the tension is there.
I'm not quite sure why we didn't see a follow-up here, right? Like, the main point of their draft right now, and while we both agree that the Lolita was such a good pick, is that she's able to follow up with these real-world manipulations, but
a big flicker Numian Blast. It looks like now we're going to see the follow-up as Dark with the Abysmal Strike is going to take down Ken. Lily's Fangirl here with the bad speeds is making them back away, but no, Jay going to fly down with steel cables, is going to find the killing spree. Members down from the side of Excellent Air, 2 off of the map, and Ohana right now, they are still in the back end of this match, but they're finding the openings right now up against Excellent Air.
the side of Excellent Air is making it too easy for them to find these openings, right? We have to see some discipline, because if we look at these items here, right, they're dealing so much more damage because of it. Dara locking, and he has the defense as well to be able to add on to that sustainability, right? Fanny, she has the Malefic 4 as well as that Blade of Heptaseed. But speaking of,
Eyes on R's way. The dragon finds Clint, but the stun. They force the flicker out from the Clint, so now he does not have the disengage, does not have the escape. Here comes Ergo, trying to apply the damage as well. Shut down with the fist crack. A Numium Blast is going to be able to shut that down, facilitating to the hands of Fanny for the kill, but it's like the on-3 from Excellent Era as they're not going to let this go. Death Sonata ringing out from Ken. A lot of damage to Jay on this Eve, but the shield from Lolita able to negate any further damage, and that's just some great peeling right there. That's what you want to see from your Rome. I need him on my team when I'm playing out here in these ranked games, man.
Absolutely, definitely saved Jay's life there. And that's just the teamwork coming in from the Jays on board, right? But speaking of things being on board, we do see Cecilia unlocking in that 3 core items. He opted for the Divine Clave before that Ice Queen one, which is definitely going to help him in terms of that burst. And he is building in to that Dominance Ice, which is just going to add on to the damage and the mana scaling that he's going to be able to do, right? But speaking of damage scaling, we are seeing Ergo on this, but dang, they're already locking in 3 core items, so he's definitely going to start hurting. But speaking of hurt,
a lot of action going on here. Death Sonata on Jay, not going to have the shield present this time, as Ken is going to pick up the kill. That's a member down from the side of Ohana Esports, and a very important part of their composition out of the way. It looks like Excellent Era is looking for a play. King Arbs G Kundu not going to find anyone, does not find the mark for the pickoff, but they have to be careful. He has been successful in finding those in some of these clashes, and you don't want to see the weight of the dragon on the target like Minna again on the clamp. But hang on, the concealed play, the call has been made. They're going to look for it. G Kundu, but away the dragon going the wrong way, and now the return Numian Blast. A big 2-man stun there. They are able to find the kill. Clint's going to take down Ergos here. Here comes still Cables from Fanny looking for a play. Durza going to take down Clint. Going to take down Lolita. A double kill as Ken's going to sing out shots and find Darth as well. 3 members down from Ohana Esports here. The numbers in the favor of Excellent Air, but don't count them out as well because there is an enhanced Lord on the way. Jay trying to do anything to slow them down, but he's about to fall to the members of Excellent Air. Here comes real world manipulation, but the reality of the situation is that Excellent Air does have the upper hand. Here comes Bad Feast. They're looking to end right now. A lot of HP still left on the Lord, but it's still Cable. The cut throw is going to take down Lily's Fangirl. That's a member down. The Lord still has half HP. They're going to look to go ahead and focus in on the Nexus. Ken is maneuvering. He's shooting, and they are going to take the match away from Ohana Esports.
man, beautiful game there coming out from the side of Excellent Era. And like I said, right, they did have that snowball draft, and we did see that happen. Even though there was a little bit of indiscipline there happening, they were still able to come back and capitalize off of it, right? We do see Ken having participation across the board in terms of team fight, as well as being that marksman to still push those towers, right, to allow his team to finish out this game. He had the damage as well. But speaking of damage, we do see Lily's Fangirl on that Cecilia being that late game monster, as he was able to help Durza there secure some of those kills in the top side before the match was finished. But King Arbs on the show, he had a lot of Way of the Dragons there that was able to open up the battlefield and make these plays for the rest of his team to be able to capitalize on these pickoffs and you know, missed positions coming in from the side of Ohana Esports. But beautiful game coming in from our current Kings of the Hill, Excellent Era.
What a beautiful game indeed. An excellent era. Already 2 wins under the board. They are the Kings of the Hill, and who can take them down? That is a $1 million question, as they have taken down We Don't Sleep and now Ohana Esports. And the question is, when will they stop wreaking havoc in the land of the Dawn today for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are hosting King of the Hill, and the rules are simple. First come, first serve. Best of 1 winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And like we said, on fire already. Excellent era. 2 wins on the board, climbing up that ladder. And the question is, who is going to try and take them down? Is there any team inside of North America who kind of paved the way and knocked them off this glorious path? Don't go anywhere, as a bunch of teams are still ready to compete, and I'm excited to see them rush in and try and snatch off this crown. Appreciate everybody tuning in. By the way, we are live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and on the Mobile Legends North American YouTube channel as well. So I appreciate all those subscribes and everybody tuning in, as the whole focus for us is to build up the NA community and help these teams prepare for the professional scene. If that sounds like something you guys are interested in, definitely tune in and sign up on our Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server, as we would love to have you guys compete and kind of claim your name inside of the land of the Dawn for North America. As we know, everybody's trying to manifest it. NA MPL right around the corner, and none of us, or everybody's trying to get ready, and we cannot wait for it to actually happen. But like we said, right now, King of the Hill, Excellent Era, 2 wins on the board, taking out We Don't Sleep, and also taking out Ohana Esports, and the next team on the list going by Prime Esports, who we've seen kind of compete yesterday, right? And scheduled scrims didn't do too bad of a job, and definitely a force to be reckoned with. And the big question is, do they have what it takes to snatch off that crown and become the new Kings of the Hill? Or are we going to see the side of Excellent Era again shock the world, prevail, and take the 3rd game of the day? Find out here soon, momentarily, as we embark for match 3.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes around me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I cut the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky,
sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and some insane matches we've seen today. That's right, we are on Season 2, Week 1, Day 3. We are currently hosting King of the Hill, and the rules are simple. First come, first serve, best of one. Winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and going into the last team stands. And right now, speaking of the last team standing, Excellent Era paving the way, showing no mercy to any of the teams today, as they have taken 2 victories. Down goes Well Done, and also down goes Ohana Esports. And now, speaking of esports, another competitor making their way to the professional scene, Prime Esports, is going to go ahead and try and take on the current Kings of the Hill. And the question is, do they have what it takes? I know we've seen these 2 teams compete before, and man, was it a bloodbath. And speaking of bloodbath, speaking of that game, we do have an on-point analyst on the desk. You can go ahead and break a little bit of that down as we move forward. And he goes by the name of Coach Deku. Do you even breathe? I will be on the play-by-play to help assist, so definitely buckle up and get ready, as it'll be a bumpy plane ride, but it'll smooth out as we embark inside of the Land of the Dawn. But how are you doing today, Coach Deku?
I'm doing great, man. And like you said, definitely eager to see these 2 teams play against each other again, right? Because we actually saw them on the first opening day of Season 2 in King of the Hill, Week 1, Day 1, when they matched up against each other. And I'm already seeing some respect happening here. We're seeing the Granger get banned out. And then that last showcasing, right, in between these 2 teams, the Granger was the MVP from the side of Excellent Era, as they did take down this team. They took down Prime Esports, with him leading the way in the hands of Ken and Fredrin. If you did keep an eye on Prime Esports prior to them in that series up against Dark Immortals, Mihawk on the Fred leading the way to get them a win as well. So a couple respect bans. And speaking of bans, moving on to those picks, Boosie on the Eve. And I don't know, that's a scary pick, because even in the loss they took up against Excellent Era, Boosie on the Eve was able to secure MVP and had a very solid showcasing, right? Finishing 8-2-4, a respectable game from him, and actually overpowering the mid laner from Excellent Era. So it'll be nice to see how the story develops in the second matchup in between these 2 teams.
Definitely a great matchup on the board, but when you pick up that Eve as your first pick, that creates a lot of opportunity to be countered. And there it goes right now, as Durza, wasting no time, is going to go ahead and lock in some suppression with that Divine Judgment for Kaja. And I think that is an excellent read on the way this draft is going so far. King Arbs locking in that Lapu Lapu, the bravest fighter, one of the top XP lanes for this season. And the question is, how will the side of Prime Esports respond?
It'll be interesting to see what they do, right? We saw the response picks with that Lapu, with that Kaja up against the Eve, and I feel like the Kaja's a very good answer. Kaja's a very good answer to the Eve, but they have to be careful, right? The suppression is very nice to be able to go pick up on the Eve, to maybe to bring her out of that real world manipulation, but we have seen it before, right? When Kaja gets picked up, a lot of CC layering, a lot of CC stacking can stop him from being able to close the distance to be able to pull off that Divine Judgment. It is a very short range, so while it is an answer with the suppression to cancel out the ultimate, there's a lot of ways to counterplay the pick and to stop that from happening. So Excellent Era is going to have to be careful. They have to make sure that there's a way for Durza, whoever picks up the Kaja, to be able to find their way into that backline, secure that ever so important pick from the side of Prime Esports.
Now that you kind of mentioned it, right? I would definitely lock in an Akai right here. He's able to kind of counter that Atlas as he rushes in with those fatal links, and not only that, but he can be an annoying presence in that additional CC that the side of Excellent Era needs. But Wait a minute. They're going to go ahead and lock in the Hayabusa. Now, does it work in theory? Yeah, you can use the Ouija Shadow Kill, get to the back line, escape the manipulation provided over there by Boosie on this Eve, and that may be a game plan. But like you said, you need some CC at your disposal, and when you don't lock in the Akai, you already have the Kaja as the roam. That is going to be a lot of CC lacking in their department, and I'm not sure they can really pull this off, as it might be a little bit of an upscale battle now when you lock in this assassin jungler and not having a really direct answer for CC or set potential. But as we've seen time and time again, it is going to go down to execution. But definitely an upscale battle going forward, and I'm giving the draft so far to the side of Prime Esports, as we are seeing some of these bans on the way. Barat's being taken off the board, as the side of Prime Esports still needs their jungler. They also are going to need a possible XP lane, and I'm wondering what they're going to slot in to go up against King Arbs for this Lapu Lapu, and there goes the Akai. They're going to go ahead and ban that out as well. That could actually be used against them and be a potential problem. And you definitely don't want that beefier jungle, because that gives them an easier time to invade Kin on the squishy Hayabusa.
Absolutely. I mean, you kind of pointed it out, right? As well as it could have been used for them. But now they're off the board. One more option out of the way for them to answer up against this Atlas. I'm guessing maybe it's because either that Kaj is going into the roam, or the roamer doesn't really have a Kai in their pool to be able to utilize. That heavy spin definitely would have been a great option up against Prime Esports here, but now it's out of the way. Like you said, it could have been put in the utility jungle slot, which would still have been an option. The side of Prime Esports would have been very dangerous for Kin on this Hayabusa. So maybe a good call for them. But speaking of calls here, Ergo locking in the Earthel. I was actually expecting maybe something like the Moskov. We seen him pull that out last time up against Prime Esports, splitting the way, but Earthel still fits into that composition. I also feel like it's a great answer to the Eve, right, in the Atlas, being able to stay mobile, not being stayed slowed down. When the real world does come into play, we know Earthel likes to take the sprint, right, which does negate any slow. It takes it off, so the slow effects won't be able to come into place, whether it's the real world or whether it's the ice plane wall and stacking in from those other skills from the Eve, and as well be able to keep your distance from Atlas, always looking for the fatal link. So it might have been a great pickup for Ergo. It still fits into that split that he likes to go to, maybe going for baiting out 1v1s in the side lanes as he's pushing for those towers, but also offers him some maneuverability in those team fights up against the composition of Prime Esports right now.
And speaking of Ergo, picking up that Irithel, that's one of his comfort picks. So you're going to see some high micro over there in the gold lane. He is going to be going up against Well Done on this Brody, though, so you need to be careful on those stacks, as you don't want to get shredded apart by the torn apart memories. But speaking of picks, here we go. Lily's fangirl may pick up that Zask again, and we were kind of scratching our head when he pulled it into the Land of the Dawn, but after the end of the match, just a phenomenal game. And I'm wondering what he's going to pick in the mid lane, and looks like he is going to lock in this Valir to be able to negate some of that frontline potential and possibly slow down this Atlas as she does rush in, and also possibly Dairoth. But you have to watch out for Fanny, right? Yes, you have the Searing Turret. Yes, you might be able to push her back when she does try and get that initial burst kill, especially with the Blade of Heptases. But if you are not careful, and if you're caught without any skills and you're on full CD, you are going to see that Fanny have a little bit of an easier time. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Both sides have locked in their drafts, and we are embarking into the Land of the Dawn. And let us know, whose team are you rooting for today? Prime Esports, or are you going for Excellent Era? Excellent Era, one of the teams kind of leading their way inside of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy for today, taking down 2 teams already and currently holding the title of the King of the Hill. Are we going to see the side of Prime Esports prevail and snatch the crowns off of their head? I think we have a beautiful game in front of us, but definitely some things on the board that we got to look for. You've got a Fanny, and not only with the Fanny, you're going up against a Kaja, and we know how well a Kaja works into the Fanny. Using that Divine Judgment to be able to grab her in her tracks. It's basically like using a fly trap for a fly. So Mihawk needing to be very careful on these rotations and making sure to stay clear of this Kaja.
Absolutely. And speaking of things to stay clear of, right? The side of Excellent Era having that pickoff composition yet again. It won them the game last time up against Prime Esports. It looks like they're going to go with the same theme for their composition one more time. So it looks like Prime is going to be careful of that. They do have an overwhelming amount of team fight potential, right? Immediately with the Atlas and Eve, that is a big threat for any team looking to go for those 5v5 engages, those 5v5 clashes. Speaking of engages, speaking of clashes, we're already seeing some early mobilization up into that gold lane from the side of Prime.
You are seeing some heavy pressure from both lanes, but right now, just that three-man stack to be able to do a little bit of chip damage for that gold. But I'm wondering how this is going to translate, as they did waste a lot of time up there, and now they were able to get back to the minions to be able to maintain those levels. You do see Lethal Wanderer being picked up as well for the jungler on the side of Excellent Era, and you just got to be careful, right? Like I said, a couple of win conditions on the board. Watch out for the Kaja. Kaja needing to get these Divine Judgments to create that opportunity for his team. But speaking of opportunity, you do see the quad shadow by Kin. Not afraid to go in and flex a little bit, but hit with the stun by Brody and gets 2 stacks off of that as well. And you have to be careful, as that torn apart memory definitely has some range. But first blood falling into the hands of Fanny. It's going to go ahead and take down Lily's Fangirl on this Valir.
Right on. Does turn Valir into a memory, but it's like the fight's not over here, Wheezy.
You do see Max over there on this Atlas rushing into Kin and Durza. Now a 2v2 over there in the jungle. And looks like Fanny is going to go ahead and use those steel cables, rush in, possibly try and take down Durza. Dashing out! What invasion are we seeing today? And that is going to waste a lot of energy on that Fanny, who does not currently have the blue buff. But look at Kin, quad shadow. Going to go in with the Ouija shadow kill now. Almost taken down! And both of them able to escape with barely any HP in that engagement.
Almost seen a massive outplay from the middle lane of Excellent Air. That flicker does allow you to break the ultimate, the shadow kill coming in from Hayabusa. But speaking of shadows here, the members of Prime, I've already pointed out just a little bit about that play style up against Excellent Air. It's actually interesting to note, in that last matchup that they had, Excellent Air only had 1 member above that 60% team fight percentage. Everyone else sitting at 52% or below. So they definitely try to avoid those team fights. And it looks like they're going to try to do the same thing up against Prime Esports with the composition they have. It'll be interesting to see if Prime Esports can find a way to force fights.
There you go. Manipulation going down into the Fatal Links. Well done. Taking out Ergo now. Trying to take out Durza as well. Can he do it? Durza with 1 HP. Barely able to get out of there. But off the map, we did see Fanny pick up a kill onto Hayabusa over on his blue buff. And that is 3 kills in favor of Excellent Era for the early game.
And that's exactly what you want if you're Prime Esports there, to kind of be able to beat out Excellent Era. But speaking of beat out,
you are seeing Dairoth getting the job done, as a little bit of over-aggression was costly with that Bravest Fighter for Lapu Lapu, and Dairoth quickly bursting him down, but Max Hap taking out Ergo. Gonna quickly rush out of that engagement. You do see Ouija Shadow kill and the suppression from the Divine Judgment onto Well Done, but speaking of Well Done, able to escape with 1 HP, and it's like the 4th close call that we've seen so far. Look at Ken again. Barely hanging in by a thread, but there we go. You do see the Fatal Links connecting to the manipulation. Boosie able to pick up a kill on to Durza. And now, which was once a small lead, is starting to turn into a huge snowball. 6-0, Excellent Era leading the way in the early game.
Absolutely. And I mean, Prime Esports living up to the name of their goal line, they're well done indeed, as they are cooking in the early states of this match right now. Prime Esports like a prime ribeye on the grill, because they're sizzling up against them. Excellent Air's going to have to find a way to be able to slow them down. This is not what you want. You have a pick-off composition. You need this early transition. You need the early snowball. You have to be in a position to make the pick-off work. And right now, they're losing out to the scaling composition of Excellent Air, and that's not what you want to see. But speaking of things that we're seeing right now,
you see the Wisdom Strike trying to go in, not able to hit the mark, and Kings with the shoulder dodge is going to be able to get out of that. And right now, Dairoth is having an easier time. Their team is online, so he doesn't have as much to worry about. Does have a little bit of insurance to be aggressive, but speaking of aggression, Excellent Era rushing in with the 4-man gank is going to catch him off guard. But now, once a 4-man gank is now evened out. Fanny rushing in with the steel cables, trying to get the cutthroat. Can you do it though? Bravest Fighter going in, same with the manipulation. Boosty finding a kill, taking out Lily's Fangirl on this Valir. A mage taking down a mage. Bravest Fighter with the raging slash. You are seeing Hayabusa take down a kill as well, as Mihawk falls off of the board. The Fanny, the jungler for the side of Excellent Air, and that is a 1-for-1 trade. But fight still not over. Ring of Order activated by Durza, doing some damage with the quad shadow, and looks like finally both of these sides are going to disengage, as we are seeing this turtle spawn in.
That turtle is spawning in. That is going to be that second neutral objective. And the way that the match is currently, it's going to be an early pickup for Prime Esports, as Mihawk's already looking to go ahead and maybe start this up. But no, going to maybe rotate back around to these buffs. You are seeing both junglers looking for something. But speaking of things that they're looking for,
Lucy able to find a way into Durza, and down he goes. And just a beautiful game so far for Excellent Era. You are seeing turtle aggro and being reset. And right now, it looks like kind of like how you predicted. Excellent Air is going to have more of an advantage to be able to take this neutral objective, but pay attention to Hayabusa. It's going to go ahead and steal that blue buff from Fanny, and we know how dependent Fanny is on that blue. It's going to waste a lot of time and waste a lot of energy to be able to take some of these clashes and force her to recall in a lot of the engagements. But here we go, aggro being pulled on the turtle, engagement on the bottom side. You are seeing well done clear the minions, and there we go. No contest. Mihawk having no trouble. It's going to go ahead and pick up this turtle. But speaking of pickups, rushing into Durza and Ergo, Max Hap, Boosie, and Well Done decide to kind of disengage from that fight and not take it, as they already took the neutral objective. They're snowballing in terms of gold, and they're not going to allow any mistakes to happen for the side of Prime Esports to capitalize on. And there we go. Fatal Links in the way onto Durza, pulls him in. Torn apart memories, unable to deal the final hit to take down Durza, and another 1 HP escape.
And man, Prime Esports right now is on the roll. They are pressuring the side of Excellent Air. Speaking of pressure, they are looking for the turret siege.
You are seeing them go for that tier 1. Well done trying to burst it down. Quad Shadow with the Ouija Shadow kill. It's going to share the damage to 2 members of Excellent Air. Ergo going to go ahead and take down Boosie. Well done taking out Ergo. 1-for-1 trade. Kid taking out Max Hap. Jungler taking out the Roam. And that is a double kill into the hands of Well Done. He's going to find a kill onto Valir, bursting him down. And now Durza taking down Well Done as a trade. A 3-for-2. Prime Esports winning that engagement, but fight is still not over. Ken rushing in with the Quad Shadow. Fanny missing the steel cable is not going to be able to possibly pick up that kill, but wait, Ken going back with the Quad Shadow, and down goes the side of Excellent Air's jungle on that engagement.
Down he goes. But speaking of the jungle on the top side, like Darius might be in a little bit of trouble. Able to find his way out of that. But speaking of finding the way out of things, with the lull in the action, Weezy, let's take a look at some of these items right now picked up from both of these sides. You can see Eve has already locked in that core item, has the Enchanted Talisman, has the Ice Queen wand, and it's looking like with that Cursed Veil there, looking for the glowing wand. It's also interesting that they have the cooldown reduction boot, so definitely looking for a lot of CDR there. But speaking of things on CDR as well, die off with the Dominance Ice, the Hunter Strike, a lot of cooldown and a lot of utility with that anti-heal and with that early penetration with the flat pin coming in from Hunter Strike. Speaking of early penetration as well, Brody does have the Hep to Seize as well for the flat pin, but also has the Blade of Despair. A lot of damage from Well Done, and we've seen him utilize all of that in that last team fight, picking up those 2 kills for that 3-2 trade that swung to the side of Excellent Air, but Prime still able to find a way with their Brody. But speaking of things being found here,
already seeing an engagement in the mid-river. Both teams clashing out. Double set with the Fatal Links is going to try and get a pick-off, but you are seeing Atlas take out Valir. Ring of Order going in by this Kaja, and that is Dairoth who's going to take down Ken. And good engagement for the side of Excellent Air, and they are going to still seek some blood as the side of Prime Esports is going to retreat. But man, just a beautiful game so far. Actually, that was Prime Esports who won that engagement, and now they're going to have the advantage over this neutral objectives for this Lord.
and they are going to go ahead and make work of that. And that's just coming from the good job that they've done, or the well-done job, I guess I should say, that they've had going on throughout this match, as we are seeing that glowing one of Malefic Roar being picked up respectively by Eve and the Dairoth there. Items coming online for a lot of these players, because they are now looking to transition that into some of these objectives. They already got the Lord, and now they're looking for towers. Speaking of what they're looking for here,
you are seeing the Ouija Shadow kill going in, able to possibly get a kill. Down goes the turret, the tier 2 for the bottom side, and Lord pushing his way up on the top side. Bravest Fighter rushing in, Raging Slash, able to hit the mark onto Well Done, but unable to get the kill. You are seeing the stun provided over there by this Atlas, giving King Harbs a hard time, and now this was once in his favor is now not going to be permitted, as Boosie finding a kill, taking him down on that over-aggressive play.
and that's exactly what it is. The over-aggression from the desperation, you could call it. Speaking of desperation, Valir does take out a Fanny. That's actually insane. Kind of supposed to go the other way around there, but I guess currently with the way the match is looking, kind of just throwing bodies there in an overwhelmed position to be able to take this match. They're going to take the mid tower, but a fight being taken now.
You are seeing the turret go down in the mid lane, and down goes Fanny as he's not in this engagement to help. Well done, able to pick a kill up, taking down Ken to kind of even out the odds, but fight on to the base. Boosie finding a kill, taking down Valir, and in response, Valir getting the kill is going to go ahead and take down Dairoth. And right now, both these teams just clashing it out, but still, Prime Esports having a great advantage as they have not lost a single turret in these engagements, and right now, the side of Excellent Era just having a very hard time finding their footing. And we got to mention this, right? They are the current kings of the hill. So if they lose this, the side of Prime Esports will snatch off that crown and prevail and climb up that ladder to continue playing in today's matches.
Definitely would be dethroning Excellent Era here, as they are up 6K in the Gold League. And like you pointed out, massive lead on the towers. Hasn't lost a single one, but has claimed 6 from the side of Excellent Air, and that's an uncomfortable position to be in. There is no external towers. They only have those inhibitors left to defend against any potential pushes, any potential sieges from the side of Prime Esports. And with the current state of the game, you can best believe there will be more pushes, and they're going to have to find a way to have to deal with that. I did note that Irithel did pick up that Wind of Nature, and hopefully, no, it doesn't even come into play, as Fanny takes him out of the match instantly.
And you are going to see the shadow kill going into well done to stack the damage over there with Lapu Lapu with the bravest fighter, but down he goes. King Arb's going to find a kill on to Dairoth in that trade though, and that is a 1-for-2 leaning toward the side of Excellent Era, and they need to, take advantage of these engagements. When they win these trade-offs, translate it into some objectives, translate it into some real estate on the map, but looks like the Fanny's not going to allow that to happen. And that's what's going to give him a hard time, is her mobility. But Hayabusa also having the capability to split push needs to have a game plan. But speaking of Fanny, rushing in, possibly getting picked off. No, look at those cables. That was a quad cable right there. King R's rushing in with the bravest fighter. He's going to go ahead and try and rush in on Maxap. Looks like both teams are going to now try and contest this Lord in Excellent Era, just having some really good zonage right now. You are seeing Maxap providing some vision, and the side of Prime Esports is going to slowly find a backdoor in, and it looks like they are going to get a kill, as you are seeing Fanny take down Lapu Lapu and get a double, taking out Lily's fangirl. Kin responding back is going to take down Fanny. 3 members off the board for Excellent Era, and you are seeing only 1 member down for the side of Prime Esports. Down goes the manipulation. Durza in a bad situation. Can he escape? No, he can't. It's a flicker with Dairoth rushing in to secure the kill. That's going to only leave Ergo by himself to defend against 4-man team of the side of Prime Esports to try and close this out. And look at Ergo, Fatal Links, a lot of utility used on him, and down he goes, a full wipeout for the side of Excellent Era. And Prime Esports, ladies and gentlemen, have knocked down the kings of the hill.
Knocked them down, and in great fashion. There's Prime Esports able to get a little bit of revenge. Right, last time they took the loss, they took the defeat up against Excellent Era, but on day 2 of King of the Hill, able to return and boost it. And we spoke about it, right? Talked about it at the draft. With that, Eve had a great performance last time they matched up and led the way in this one with the MVP, leading the way in the damage, 27% on the board there, as well done. Actually doing exactly what Ergo did to them last time, leading the way on the split push there, 63% turret damage, 25K into the bank account. That's going to lead to a major cash out for the side of Prime Esports. They do take down Excellent Air.
And a beautiful game indeed, and a little bit of revenge. First, we've seen that Moskov and that Granger kind of dominating against that X-Borg jungle, but a little bit of a turnaround, as you did see their jungler pick up the Fanny instead of the X-Borg, and those cables were insane and definitely a game changer. And well done indeed from the side of Prime Esports, as they are now the current kings of the hill. And ladies and gentlemen, like we said, we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and today's rules are simple. It is first come, first serve, best of 1. Winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And hopefully you guys can tune in. Anybody that wants to join and participate, make sure you sign up on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server now, so that you guys can get ready to embark and compete against some of these teams you are seeing today, and so much more that you will be seeing throughout the week. But that is not all, as the side of Prime Esports is now the king of the hill. There are still some teams ready to take down that crown. And speaking of teams ready, we have the team top 32 in North America, also going by the name of the Kingslayers, Mama Huevo, in the building, and they are ready to go. And the question is, do they have what it takes with the title that they have kind of claimed through the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, take down Prime Esports? Find out here soon, momentarily, for the next match.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speechless with the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our hearts, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team from Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, oh man, some insane matches so far. We've seen Prime Esports kind of lead the way, taking out the Kings of the Hill, and down they go. Excellent Era had a very good start, taking 2 wins, but now with the new current Kings, they are already inside of the Land of the Dawn, and they are going up against a team top 32 in NA, going by the name of Mama Huevo. Mama's eggs are hot in the Land of the Dawn, and they also are known as the Kingslayers for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. So the big question is, do they have what it takes to take down Prime Esports? A little bit of a look at today. We are hosting King of the Hill, and the rules are simple. First come, first serve. Best of 1 winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And right now, like we said, Mama Huevo ready to go. Huevo in the building, going up against Prime Esports. And who will win? Can the Kingslayers snatch off the crown from Prime Esports? Or will Prime Esports take their second win for today's King of the Hill? Joined on the desk, I do have the amazing on-point analyst, Master Rim, to kind of break down these items and tell you guys about some keys to victory. And I myself will be casting on the play-by-play, so definitely enjoy the show. And speaking of the show, both these teams already inside of the draft, currently figuring out a game plan. How you doing today, Rim?
I'm doing great. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to see the clash between the King Slayers and the current Kings, which is Rebels and not Rebels in Paradise, my bad. Which is which team is this?
This is Mama Huevo going up against Prime Esports. Huevo on the left,
Huevo
Esports on the right.
Esports, y'all, my bad. It's a jam-packed King of the Hill we have lined up here for the night. But speaking of things being jam-packed, we are seeing Huevo locking in this Grok as well as Daizu on this Eve, right? Ultimately, right off the bat, they already have that team fight composition going up against this pick-off composition here, right? Coming up from the enemy side, we are seeing that Link. We haven't seen him much often, and if he is slotted, it's usually within the second half of the draft. But it's comfort, right? You have to respect those comfort picks, and if you're okay with going up against these potential counters, it wouldn't matter what phase of the draft you slot in hero in, right? But he is going up against Mastiff Beast on this Balmond, one of those heroes that's always been able to secure these objectives, but he was nerfed, and Lynx does have that Templars of Blades at his disposal to contest these objectives as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how these drafts are executed. But in the first half, I'm definitely leaning in favor of the draft of Mama Huevo. They have the team fight composition, they have the zoning potential, and they already have this Bauman who's able to secure these objectives.
And like you said, Huevo looking strong so far. I like their draft for a few reasons. Ree over there on this Grok, a flex pick. You don't know if it's going to be in the XP lane or if it'll be the roam. Daizu locking in that Eve, a very strong pick so far, one of the best mages in this season. And then the Golden Child, or what was once previously the Golden Child, Master of Bees on this Ballman, that lethal counter in that Retribution. We all have seen it, and looks like we may see it again today. But looking at who they're going up against, right? You do have Ling, and we've seen how well they can perform on the side of Prime Esports, a master of his craft, having that Tempest of Blades to be able to rush in, be invulnerable, and use that Retribution to kind of counteract Ballman and not have to worry about the threat of that Eve. And also a direct counter, as you do have a lot of mobility and able to kind of rain from the sky like Kyrie himself to go down on Daizu for this Eve. And that may be the game plan, and I'm liking already with Boosie, right? Picking up this Kadita. Strong pick so far. Kadita can kind of rush in with the rough wild waves, offset Daizu, and possibly burst him down before he can really make the most out of that manipulation. And looking at the side of Huevo to finalize their draft, Durza is going to go ahead and take up this Lolita, confirming Ree on the Grok for the XP lane, and Yukinon taking up the Clint.
Absolutely, and the Clint is a very good response to go up against. Well done on this Brody, right? Both scaling ADCs kind of at the same tempo, so it'll really depend on the ganks coming in from those mid laners here. But the Kadita is going to be, back into her initial position, as we do see Max here hovering over this Kufra for the potential roam, and they definitely need some more frontline presence, right? We are seeing them hovering over this Mathilda, which would be a great pick as well to add some more dashes and sustain coming in from the side of Huevo here, right? They have the ability to cancel the Aluminum Blast as well as disrupt Daizu with this real world manipulations, right? They have a lot of things to get to the back line. We have the Lapu, we have the Kadita, and now them locking in that Mathilda as well. So I definitely think that they definitely have to focus more in terms of pickoffs, because that's what their team composition favors, right? But the side of Huevo, they definitely have what it takes to have this heavy team fight presence, right? As they definitely have the Lolita, they have Eve with the real world manipulation, as well as Bauman on the jungle here. So Wizzy, which draft are you in favor of here, now that everything is complete?
Well, I'm glad you kind of broke that down, and that's why they call you Master Rim. Looking at both sides, I see a couple of opportunity for both sides, and I like their drafts. You have this Lolita with the Numenon Blast stacked up with the manipulation by Daizu to provide a lot of slow and a lot of control over huge areas of the map. Not to mention, you do have this Balm and a guarantee some of these neutral objectives if you can hit that lethal counter. And then to top it off, Grok in the XP lane, that flex pick was going to provide a lot of AoE damage and also some CC potential. Looking at the opposing side, though, Prime Esports having that Kadita. Kadita with the Rough Wild Ways, able to provide a set herself. You don't only have to use Kadita as a mid lane, but you can also use her as that roam, and that knock-up potential is definitely there. And I think that's one of the key things that we're going to have to watch out for Boosie. But looking at Mathilda, slotting this in, not the worst decision because you are going up against the Eve. You have Mathilda who can kind of rush in and get to the backline with the circling eagle and take her down. But speaking of takedowns, Ree's going to find a way to the jungler, taking out Ling. And not only that, but they have stolen the blue buff. And already the Kingslayer has shown you why they have earned that name, have stolen First Blood, the buff, and now leading the pace for the early game.
We are seeing a lot of presence here coming up from the side of Pride Esports in this gold lane.
You do see the dive, but a little too aggressive. Yukinon's going to quickly burst down Kadita, and now not really what you wanted to do so far, and that's going to give another kill to the side of Huevo. Started slowly getting that snowball to kind of work in their favor. And you got to be careful, right? Yes, turret diving is a smart thing to do, but not 1 minute in the games. You don't have a lot of skills at your disposal, nor the damage. And Yukinon was kind of baiting on that and relying on the turret to do some of the damage with him. But speaking of damage, Prime Esports being very aggressive. It's going to go ahead and put a lot of pressure in this gold lane. You do see Ling kind of joining this fight as well. But on the bottom side, looking at Ballman, red buff and blue buff, and now going to go for this turtle. And looks like Ling possibly going to get a backdoor retribution. This is what we want to see. Who has the faster retry finger? Will it be the Ballman with the lethal counter and the retry, or will it be Ling with the Tempest of Blades? As here we go, and looks like Ling taking a lot of time on that creep, and that is another objective to the side of Huevo.
And that's all because he's still level 3, right? And that's what happens when you pick your assassin, especially as your jungler so early on in the draft. You allow the enemy team to counter it. And as always, we see the Bauman obviously being one of those heavy counters, but Minghawk there, noticing that they're going to invade his blue, and he's picking up the blue buff from the side of Huevo, which is definitely smart. But speaking of smart things,
you do see Mathilda with the circling eagle is going to find a kill, and down goes Daizu, but Rough Wild Waves going in, trying to take out Master of Bees, rewinding up for some AoE damage on this Grok, hitting max half, but look at Ling rushing in, Tempest of Blades, Master of Bees with barely an HP, same with Ling though, and who will prevail? Master of Bees able to secure the kill, and that is a 1-for-1 trade, but fight still on the way. You are seeing the shield provided by Durza, bravest fighter with the Raging Slash going in, trying to pick him off, and that will be a kill for Lapu Lapu, but now down goes the manipulation, and he is trapped inside of it with the Guardian's barrier, and Daizu is going to be able to pick up that kill. 4-2 on the board, Huevo leading the way.
Absolutely, and it's so smart that Durza did not use that flicker there, right? Because you know sometimes when you know you're still going to die, you would still try to waste out some utility to try to escape. But he knew that death was unavoidable there, so he did decide to keep that, which is definitely going to help them for this next neutral objective that's going to be coming up here. But speaking of coming up and objectives, we are seeing something happening here in the top lane.
You do see a possible engagement on the way. Both teams kind of prepping to gank the gold lane, but able to spot each other out. A little bit of that awkward engagement, but now a little bit of a stun. Here goes the clash. You do see Well Done trying to get some stacks off for a possible torn apart memories, and there it goes, going down, but inside of the manipulation, forcing the flicker out, able to escape with barely any HP, and now both sides not really losing anything from this trade. Turtle spawning in, and the question is, will the side of Prime Esports allow this to walk again? Look at Ree! Gonna go ahead and zone out Ling from his own buff, walking straight into this man's house and not even knocking on the door. Gonna go ahead and possibly secure this, and yes, he does! And I believe he used that retribution to be able to take that, which would mean he cannot take this Lord now. And I think Ling has realized that it's possibly going to go in, but decides to shift focus over to Durza. Justice Blaze not able to connect, but maybe the Rough Wild Waves will. And that is Mathilda picking up the kill. Down goes Durza, the 4-man rotation on him. Ree giving some vision. Master of Bees in play are going to engage on this clash. And you do see the bravest fighter with the Raging Slash onto Ree, not really doing any damage. But look at the Lord at half health, and you do have retribution for Ling right now, and I'm wondering if he will be able to take this rough wild ways for the knockup, but down goes the wild charge from Ree to escape. And Ballman picking up the second turtle of the day. Huevo still on fire for these objectives, but in terms of kills, it has evened out on the board 4-4.
But speaking of things that's not even, Brody being able to secure that tower there in the top side, which is definitely what Prime Esports needs, right? But they are picking up some item components, and we do see that Mathilda opting in for potentially that dominance ice for her first item there, which is definitely smart going up against this Yves, because that's someone who she's definitely going to want to focus. But speaking of focus, we do see the side of Huevo with a concealed play heading to the top side.
Looks like they are going to try and get a pick off too. Well done, but unable to close the distance. Well, speaking of distance, on the bottom side, Lapu putting in that work. It's going to quickly damage Ree and put him in an awkward situation, but the wild charge into the lane. What are we seeing right now? He was able to do some damage and not backing down. You are seeing Lapu being very comfortable as minions are slowly chipping down at this turret, but on the top side, an engagement on the way as well. But no, Huevo decides to kind of disengage, and now looking at this Lapu not even worried about it. This minion by himself is going to take down this turret in an excellent gameplay right now from Lapu on the side of Prime Esports. But here comes Ling rushing in. He's going to try and close down onto this turret. Tips of Blades going in. Down goes the turret as well. And down goes Ree into the hands of Ling in a good play from Prime Esports.
Now, I think what happened there is that Ree wanted to potentially secure that stun within the tower, but Lapu was just a little out of that range, right? So it didn't quite hit the mark. But speaking of things that are in the mark here,
well done, hitting with the torn apart memories. He's going to find a kill on to Ree, and now they are going to try and open up this mid lane, taking that tier 1 turret. You are seeing Master of Bees, Yukinon, and Daizu to defend. Ling over on the top side. He's going to go ahead and continue some farm, but looking at this Lapu, that minute so far in the XP lane, having an easier time against, Ree on this Grok. But look at the blue buff. Mihawk waiting to get a potential retribution, and it is quickly taken down, and that was Yukinon taking the blue instead of the Ballman. At least it didn't go to the enemy side, but definitely gonna hurt their jungler.
I don't think it's going to affect the Bauman too much, right? He does have the cooldown reduction of his own, and it's actually going to help Yukinon here be able to spam those skills. But speaking of spamming skills,
Circling Eagle caught inside a Numenon Blast, and down goes Mathilda. Guardian's Barrier on the way as well. Torn apart memories. Bravest Fighter with the Raging Slash, rewinding up with the Grok, but hit with that Raging Slash over there by this Lapu. Tips of Blades, a lot of utility on the board. Gonna go ahead and hit those blades for some additional damage. Daizu picking up a kill, taking out this Kadita. Down goes Wusi, and that is one member off the board right now for Prime Esports, and looks like they are gonna try and contest on this blue buff. A little bit of an answer back from the contest we've seen earlier on their side of the jungle, but no, you are going to see Ling be able to pick it up with that Retri, and now with Retribution out of the board, this is the advantage for the side of Huevo to take this Lord with no contest.
Absolutely, and again, it goes back to the draft, right? When you lock this Ling or this Fanny or any hero that's so super dependent on this blue buff as their jungler, it makes the enemy team be able to lock in something that's tanky, that can harass you, and not only as their jungler, but in the EXP lane as well, right? And we did see that coming in from the Grok. But speaking of things coming in, he was able to secure that Blade of Despair, and as we all know, he's capable of dealing so much damage. But speaking of damage being dealt,
you are seeing Lapu again giving some heavy pressure onto Ree, but look at the Lord pushing in on the bottom side, and it looks like Ree was able to escape that deadly threat that Lapu is providing today. But engagement in the mid-river as they are trying to take this tier 1 turret for the side of Huevo, and you are seeing some good defense from Prime Esports to not allow them up that map. But look at Lapu. Gonna go ahead and burst down this Lord. No contest, and it's gonna stop that from crashing into the tier 2 turret. But a turret falling on the top side for the side of Prime Esports finds a little bit of real estate in their favor. Mid lane though, both teams clashing it out. You are seeing the wild charge for the stun and the knockup, but a rough wild ways for a double CC. Daizu picking up a kill. Gonna take out Durza, but oh no, not Durza, taking out Brody on the well done. And just a crazy game so far. I feel like both of these teams just have a vendetta against each other as they're actively engaging on every single chance they get. Doesn't matter if it's a buff, a creep, it might be a fly on the wall, they're fighting over it. You are seeing the mid lane still being pressured as Huevo is really trying to open up this map. but Numenon Blast probably going to get a set, able to get the double, flickering in. You are seeing the Bravest Fighter rushing in for a stun, but a lot of clashes going down, a lot of utility manipulation inside of that Tempest of Blades. Both teams fighting it out though. Durza with barely any HP, hit with the torn apart memories from Well Done, and forcing Wave on the back end, and Prime Esports is holding on to this turret with dear life. Yukinon finding a kill is going to take down Lapu, and then still, here we go. Wave finally able to close the distance and close in on this tier 1 turret, finds a way to claim some real estate for these clashes.
Absolutely, and the clashes make sense, right? It's the current kings going up against the king slayers. But speaking of things to slay, Kadita locking in that 2 first core items, definitely going to help contribute to that burst potential, right? But speaking of burst potential, Clint locking in his 2 first core items, potentially building into that Malefic War next for some more physical penetration there, right? But we are seeing Lolita with that Athena shield going to help her against this Kadita, which is the only source of magic damage. And once you have a burst mage like that, oh, speaking of burst,
you are seeing Ling running into the wrong side of the map. Yukinon able to find a kill, but the Numenon Blast was wasted, and they may give a slight advantage to Prime Esports to kind of rush in with a lot of these ultimates off of the board, but that is their jungler who was taken down in that clash, and now they are going to go ahead and steal this blue buff. And Huevo just doing a really good job. Not a high kill game like I would have expected, though. 9-7, but Huevo trying to turn the tide around. They lost all the turrets on the bottom side minus the inhibitor, and now being able to pick up the pace, not being a reactive team, but still being very, you know, having that strong presence to be able to engage and take these objectives and not playing passive. You see a lot of teams kind of crumble and question their movement when they're down in terms of the map. But Huevo, not wasting any time, they're going to go ahead and pick up some of these turrets, pick up a Lord, and slowly turn this game to their side.
Now, what Prime Esports needs to do in order to turn this game around, right? They have that pick-off composition. Huevo is more structured around these team fights. So as long as you can bake out that real-world manipulation and kind of maneuver around it, you don't have to engage to focus on trying to, you know, burst out that CC. Wait for it to, the cooldown of it to be over, right? And then when Durza comes in with that Luminum Blast, you can engage on that, right? Because once you get hit by that stun, if she's able to secure more than 3 people or even 3 people, that's going to be deadly for the side of Prime Esports. But speaking of things being deadly for Prime,
you see the concealed play by Huevo rushing in. Numenon Blast going down. Boosie finding a kill onto Daiser. Ree getting a kill onto Well Done. Circling Eagle connecting a bullseye onto Ree. But can he take the kill? You are seeing Max Ape being a little too over aggressive though, and that may be costly as Durza finds a kill taking out Mathilda, but fight not over. Look at Lapu. He's smelling blood. Rushing in with the Bravest Fighter. He's gonna flicker in with the stun, but Ree with the passive hugging onto that wall is not gonna be having any problem with that CC, but looking at the overextension now. Lapu on the run and Huevo on the chase, but deciding this is not what they want to go for. They're going to focus on these objectives, and Yukinon is going to pick up the turret for the top lane.
But he also picked up that Hunter Strike, right, which is definitely going to help him deal some more damage. Looking at Yves here, she has some, you know, physical defense at her disposal, but she also has that Ice Queen wand as well, which is going to be able to add some more utility on top of the slows coming in from Lolita with that Aluminum Blast, right? But one of things coming in from the side of Huevo, Grok, locking in that Malefic Roar, that Blade of Despair, and that Blade of Heptases. He is going to start dealing damage, right? And once he's able to secure a combo by knocking that up, but really sealing, being able to still secure his red buff. But it was a good attempt there coming in from Master of Bees. But speaking of,
you are seeing some heavy engagement onto Lapu, pulled in by Mathilda to escape. And that is exactly why they slaughtered her for these type of clashes. Well played over there for the side of Max Ape.
Absolutely, and I like the micros that I'm seeing coming in from Prime Esports, right? Like you mentioned a little bit about teams when they're at the back and they usually play passive, right? Usually what we're accustomed to seeing is teams just making a circle around their base constantly. But the side of Prime Esports, they're clearing these waves. We're seeing Ling pressuring the opposite side of the map, right? But speaking of pressure,
did you see the heavy engagement in the bush? There's a find a kill taking out Lapu inside of the manipulation. But look at Max App with the grenade bombardment. Yukinon's going to find that kill, and that is 2 members off of the board for the side of Prime Esports, and this is going to open up the opportunity to take this Luminous Lord as Ling is focusing on this blue. The question is, will he rush in with the Tempest of Blades and a Retribution, or will he even have enough time? As you are seeing Weibo folks, and there we go, Ling rushing in. Can he do it? Ladies and gentlemen, are we going to see a Kyrie in the making on the side of Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America, or will we see the Ballman in the side of Weibo prevail on the battle for this Luminous Lord? Look at Ling crossing wall to wall, hit with the wild charge, and Rhea is going to take him down, and Lord is going to go to the side of Weibo.
Now, it was a good attempt. I will give it to that, right? If you're gonna give up the Lord, don't make it easy for the side of Huevo. But they definitely was able to secure some more items here at their disposal, right? We did see Yukinon locking in that final item. So he's definitely something that the side of Prime Esports has to look out for. I would love to see them pick up a mortality or 2 on their side, right? To be able to counter-react to some of the engages coming in from Huevo. But speaking of engage, we are seeing the Lord pushing down in the mid lane.
You do see lane synced as well. Down goes the inhibitor for the mid lane, and now the top side as well. And the question is, can they take the bottom? Looks like the side of Huevo is going to try and close it out. Newman on blast, winding up for a double set inside of the turret. Down goes the manipulation, and you are seeing Ree picking up a killing spree, taking out Ling, but taken down by Maxap, Dicing, taking out the Lapu Lapu, and Huevo taking down the Nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, they have done it again. The Kingslayers takes the crown.
Not only have they taken the crown, but they're living up to their status and title, right? We do see Yukinon picking up that MVP there. As like I said, he was able to secure his full build, which enabled the damage that he was able to do, right? We are seeing 38% damage coming out from him, as well as 66% of that tower damage, which is definitely what you want to see from your marksman, right? But speaking of things to see, Ree on this EXP Grog being able to have 61% teamfight participation. He was able to rotate to enable Durza and Daizu on this, trifecta of a combo there, right? Like, if I want to, shout out to that last Lord fight where he was able to catch Ling with that wild charge there to be able to shut him down so he wouldn't be able to contest his objectives. But I do want to give Well Done and Ling props as well in terms of focusing on the objectives, even though they were behind. But it's only ahead from here, and we're definitely going to see what Huevo has in store for us.
And man, oh man, the crown has been snatched left and right, and now into the hands of the Kingslayers. Huevo leading the way for MLBB NA, taking down Prime Esports. But that is not all, ladies and gentlemen. There are still more teams trying to make their way inside of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang professional scene, trying to claim some real estate in the MLSA, and they are going to be going up against Team Rab Squad, a team that has just now started competing in the MLSA. We've seen them a little bit yesterday, and I'm excited to see them again. But the question is, do they have what it takes to take down Huevo, a team at the top of their tier, knowing where to be at the right time at all times, and able to get the job done in all capacities? And I'm really interested to see how the side of Rab Squad will take the next match. Speaking of these matches, the rules are simple, as we are hosting King of the Hill for the MLSA. First come, first serve, best of one winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So definitely don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks, as we will be jumping into the next match momentarily.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little Flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
Alright, that's I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
You say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Legend for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They've brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, oh man, some insane matches so far. Huevo able to do what Huevo does. The Kingslayers taking down Prime Esports, just having a phenomenal game, and now they are leading the way inside of the Land of the Dawn. And the question is, can the next team take them down? That's right, Rap Squad is on the way, a newer team in the MLSA, and they are ready to go up against the Kingslayers. Huevo. A little bit of a look at the schedule so far. We did play first come, first serve, best of one. Winning team stays on, and we do this every Monday and Wednesday starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, King of the Hill. And speaking of the match, Rap Squad and Huevo. Rap Squad, a brand new team going up against a top-tier veteran in the MLSA. And joined on the desk today, we have a special appearance. We have the man with the plan. You've seen him in M4, Trex, in the building from the North American Squad League. He will be on the On Point analysis, and joined with him we have Coach Deku, Do You Even Breathe, handling the play-by-play. How you doing today, Coach Deku?
I'm doing great, man, and it's exciting not only to see Huevo again trying to find a second win in this King of the Hill match, but also being next to Mr. M4 himself, Trex. Please, man, step up here and tell us how you're doing tonight.
I'm doing very well. Very, very happy to be here. Excited to see this game. Excited to see some of the fresh blood coming in from NA. You know, I didn't want to take too much of a break. I got to keep my vocals going. So excited to see what we got. And it looks like we're already pretty deep into this draft, Deku.
We definitely are. We're seeing a lot of key bands up there, a lot of key picks, but even some interesting ones, right? That Hanabi over there from the side of Rap Squad picked up in that first phase of the draft. I don't know if this is the time to really go maybe a comfort pick up against a team like Huevo, very adjusted to the meta, as you can see from the composition from the lineup. They have the Eve, the Lapu, the Barats, and stacking on top of that with the Angela. There's a lot of utility coming in from the side of Huevo, looking to form in that 5v5 clash, those team fights that they've been very adept at in the MLSA.
Yeah, I mean, definitely kind of a suspicious pick with the Hanabi, but Yukon was hovering over the Layla, is going to lock into the Harith, which isn't too different. The problem with the Hanabi right now is there's just no real escapability, and right now, looking at this Lapu, it just looks like a prime target for that bravest fighter, right? Luckily, the side of Hanabi does have a little bit of peel, right? You have this Leomord, you have the Lolita, you have a couple options. So if maybe desperately they can kind of pocket around that, maybe they can output the damage, but it's going to be a little while until that MM can really lock on.
Definitely something wild, a wild card indeed coming in from Rap Squad. Considering that the entire lineup is pretty all right, maybe the die-off a little strange, kind of fell off in the meta a little bit, but Hanabi is really standing out from that composition. But maybe they know something we don't. Maybe they have some mastery on this pick here, but they're going up against some masters of the meta, like I said. Huevo with a full lineup of hard hitters, so much utility, so much synchronizing coming in from their composition. It's going to be a lot for Rap Squad to overcome as we are heading into the match, and this is going to be an exciting one as Huevo is going to look to roll on in King of the Hill.
Yeah, I mean, Huevos, I think at this point, they just want to kind of take their time with this match. They don't need to push anything at all. Rap Squad, on the other hand, with the Leomord in the jungle, around that level 4, you hit that power spike. You have the opportunity to possibly invade, possibly try to make some side lane plays. So I think they're going to really want to try to push the envelope here. Now, with that early game mid lane, they do still have a little bit of late game insurance with the, I guess you could say, Hanabi. That's still the question, right? I mean, how late game does it have to be? But maybe we'll see something here. But they do have some ability with this Leomord. You can have the damage there.
They can indeed. And speaking of damage, Rito has been dropped a little low, but they're going to secure the spacing for that Litho Wander that will be picked up by the jungler from the side of Huevo. A little celebration, maybe some mutual respect going on from the XP laners of Rap Squad and Huevo, even getting a little bit of talking in the chat. But it's like, now looking for a little warning shots. But speaking of warning shots in the bot side,
Yeah, redoing a nice amount of damage, and Derek Johnson is going to have to be careful. I mean, Harith, it's not the greatest gold laner in the world, but with the dash ability, with the movement that he can bring in that bottom lane, I just don't think Hanabi's going to be able to handle it, especially in these first few levels. It's going to definitely be a problem. We're already seeing Rab Squad be a little bit aggressive, try to make up for that weakness in the gold lane. We're seeing Leomore down there, but now Rito coming up to the top side. Figure's going to be able to pop that flicker and get away, so still a little bit of a stalemate on the map.
Definitely a stalemate, but we do know that Turtle is spawning in less than 20 seconds. We might be able to get our first little taste of action as the teams are going to start rotating up away from the gold lane to go ahead and start prepping for this first neutral objective. You can see Rito has helped Durs over there on the top side. They have proxied the wave. They're going to go ahead and look for the early setup around this Turtle. And keep an eye on Durza here. Break Fighter stance entered in.
Yeah, he's going to get the stun onto Lunar. Hosebill will get that pull though onto him. Out comes the horse, but Rito's able to take the Turtle. In comes the Daytona's welcome. Going to get the lockdown. Death will go down. Rito able to pick up that Turtle and secure 2 kills along with it. Now they're going to try to push the lemon here, get the double kill. That is a 3-for-0 trade. Huevo also get the Turtle, and that is going to give them a nice gold lead at only 2.5 minutes.
Absolutely. Not the only dinosaur joining us in the land of the dawn tonight, ain't that right, Trex? Very exciting to see the Marauds pop off from the jungler from Huevo. Like you said, able to find those 2 kills, able to find the neutral, but hang on here in the bot side.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Rab Squad just has to kind of play it safe. I feel like Derek Johnson is doing the right thing here, but I just don't think it's going to be enough at this point. They already have a 3K gold lead. Doza going to get that stun down on a Figure. Smash him off the map. Another great play, and at this point, it's looking pretty gruesome for Rab Squad.
It is looking gruesome indeed, and I feel like we kind of harped on this on the draft board with the composition that Huevo has. It's just so much they have to offer, whether it's in the 5v5, whether it's looking for these mini rotations with a 3-man, 4-man. They have something to set up for the ganks. They have something to set up for those 5v5 clashes, and Rab Squad really missing the mark in a couple areas. It's kind of mixed around, and then you don't really have too many winning lanes to actually have any advantage, any pressure. But speaking of pressure here,
Zamon's Force does come down, going to be able to get a couple hits onto Derek's shot, but in comes the Heart Guard onto Ree to help him push this even more. He's going to go under the tower, get another shot onto Luna, back out of the tower, but keeping them at bay. And this is where Yukon is going to be able to really help out. Wait a second, World Manipulation comes down, forcing the flicker. Now he's going to take out Yukon, picking up the kill onto Lunar. Hosebill and Death are trying to come back up. They're a little bit too late to the party.
Definitely a little too late. And a little too late with that flicker as well from Lunar, trying to setting up for that Numium Blast, but too low, so a spell being wasted from him. But hang on, the fight not over here.
So aggressive. Ree just doesn't want to give Derek Johnson any space to breathe right now. Now here comes Durza and Rito as well, just completely applying pressure, oppressing Rab Squad right now, not even letting them get their own farm. This is exactly what you're supposed to do when you have this advantage in the early game.
Absolutely. I mean, they're up 5K gold, but hang on and engage from the side of Rab Squad here. Looks like they're going to be able to disengage. Huevo claiming what they wanted, that red buff, as they're looking to set up around this turtle. Like I said, they do have almost a 5K gold lead here, up 5-0 on the scoreboard. You can see some key items being picked up. Harith already having that Calamity Reaper. I see a little attack speed dagger. We could see maybe a Feather of Heaven be primed in here. A couple Dreadnoughts being locked in from the side of Huevo as well to handle the defense. But speaking of defense here in the mid,
Lunar has no defense right now, gonna get slaughtered from Yukonon, and this is just, I mean, it's textbook right now. Huevo just doing exactly what they need to do. Hosebill forced to use a flicker, and with that utility gone, Rito's gonna push in even more. Under the tower, getting the Daytona's welcome. Now, gonna smash him against the wall and pick up another kill. Putting Rito at 3-0 right now. They're cutting the waves, they're putting pressure down on the bot side. We're seeing Ree just really give Derek Johnson a run for his money. They're all over Rab Squad's jungle right now.
Absolutely. I mean, you kind of pointed it out, right? The side of Huevo, their jungler having a great game, but hang on here. We're seeing some more action tracks.
Derek Johnson, I don't know if he's going to be able to get away from this one. Will get taken out. Ree picks up the kill. He's going to move on to Lunar now. Trying to dash away. Here comes Death, maybe to help out. Brings out that ultimate. I love the way that thing looks, but I don't think he's got enough damage. Gonna get taken down. Numenon Blast is cocked and ready to go, but no one is ready to bring in the fight during that. Now Rito's here to help apply more pressure, and once again, they're cutting the wave, and this should be another tower down going shortly.
And I mean, I feel like it's just been the theme of this match, right? Weibo having their way now, increasing that gold lead to 7K. A lot of core items being picked up as well as they're closing in for another gank trade.
Daytona's welcome. Gonna smash him against the wall once again. Ree's gonna help pick this up, pick up the kill with the Mega. This could be bad. Death and Derek Johnson just trying to defend. But at this point, I think they need to get out of town. Derek Johnson under the tower. Gonna get destroyed. A double kill goes to Ree. Death gonna get bounced back. And they don't want to let it up. Can he get the finish? Yukon picks it up. That's another killing spree for the side of Huevo. It's 12-0. 10K gold lead. Is there a way out of this?
And you know, right now, 12-0, and the gold lead increasing even more, right? It just doesn't seem that there is going to be a way out for them. They already have lost that early to mid advantage, and it's only as we're crossing over into the 7-minute mark here that Weibo has already imposed their will with a scaling composition, right? Rap Squad has the Darrow, they have the Leomord. By all means, they should have had a little bit of an advantage in the early game, but not finding the mark, not meeting those conditions. And not only that, a little muddled as you have the Faramis as well, the Lolita that want the team fights, but you have some pickoffs mixed in there, and I just don't think it embodied a full composition just as well as Weibo, speaking of embodying here in the top side.
They're about to body this Dyroth. He's gonna get munched up, tossed down, and taken out. Another mega kill going to the side of Rito here as Ree is just soloing the whole team in the bot lanes. Monforce comes down. He picks up Hosebill. Death, maybe next dash. Is he gonna go into tower to sidestep back off? Pop the harassment, and he is just going to keep up the pressure. And I think the problem here is them just having to focus constantly into the gold lane, having to babysit Derek Johnson here. I get it, you test it out, but hopefully they don't come back with this strategy next game.
Hopefully not, and I don't know, Trix, we might have to call 911 because this is murder in the first degree from the side of Weibo. The eggs hard boiling the enemies here as they're looking to close this out early, only crossing into the 8-minute mark, already popping tower inhibitor passes as now they are grouping up potentially for a siege here.
Yeah, they're going to come in onto the tower. Rito holding down the front line, but Ree wants more. He's going under. He's in the base. He finds it. A godlike kill up against Derek Johnson, and now Yukon going to get the stun. Immobilized Lunar goes down. Death will fall next, and they are not stopping. It is Ree against the world. The shutdown comes in on Yukon. Ree alone. The stun comes in. Figure not able to get the finish. Does find Durza at least, but at what cost? The inhibitor goes down. It's a 3-for-2 trade under my book. That is a win. Hosebill will get knocked up against the wall now, and they continue to be relentless. Hosebill goes down. That is a lot of members. Rab Squad finally picking up 2 kills, but not a dent into the Huevos.
Not a dent into Weibo, but a massive dent in the gold economy has been put in place by Weibo. They're up 13K right now, 18-2 on the kill board there, and you can see it in the items. You can see the transitions. There's a lot of members from Rap Squad are still sitting on their first items. The only person with a second right now is Dyroth that is able to pick up that anti-caress. That is the only second item in the builds from Rap Squad. The side of Wave are already working for those third items, and in some cases might have already had them as you look at Harith, as you look at Baratz with those 3 core items. Speaking of core,
Ree's too cocky. What is this? Come on, Ree. Just give him a break. Back off, but he doesn't want to. Drops them on Forest. Lunar may fall. Luckily, the Colt Offer comes out, but now the rest of the team is here. Yukon, wait a second. Numenon Blast does fall. Yukon will go along with it. Rap Squad does answer back, but all this is happening while Rito is soloing the Lord, and this is exactly what Huevos want. We're going to hold you inside your base. We're going to take objectives and just get ready to finish you off.
And I mean, this is just a little ridiculous what we're seeing. Like you said, Ree so far ahead, knows that they have the advantage, knows that they are really outclassing the side of Rap Squad as they are working onto this mid inhibitor. Go ahead and take that down, and there it falls. And it's like the rest of the members might potentially fall here.
Yeah, Death takes a lot of damage. Durza does miss that stun. Hosebill trying to come in. At this point, Rap Squad just wants to clear these waves, try to buy a bit more time, possibly get Derek Johnson online, but I just don't think they're going to have enough time to do it.
Maybe not. And look at Ree. You can see the hard guard hovering over him. You can tell he's really looking for the action. He definitely wants the clash. He's been so aggressive. He is 9-0-2, a flawless game from him, and he's looking for a little more. Bloodthirst definitely in his eyes. There it is. You still can see it. They are waiting for this engage. Angela has not moved a muscle at about the last minute. They are waiting for the hard guard. They're looking for the end. There comes the Lord, and we're going to find the clash here, Trex.
Yeah, Luna star, trying to drop that Newman on blast, does get this done, but Ree's in the midst of all of this. Heartguard on top, takes a couple too many tower shots. Yukonon fights Hoseville, Ree goes down, but the tower has been locked on. Lord has arrived, and all that's left is Derek Johnson, and that's not enough for tonight, because Huevos are going to take that win.
Victory!
Taking the win and in spectacular fashion from Huevo, something we expected from them. Some star pupils in the MLSA up against Rap Squad, some newcomers, some new students onto the scene. But man, we have to talk about it. Huevo was getting it done on all cylinders. Anyone could have been MVP, but it falls into the hands of Ree. But let's take a look at some of the data, some of the statistics that might have led to this victory. You can see there 33% damage from Harith, the gold laner there for the side of Huevo, getting it done in these team fights as well. You can see the push over there from Durza, the cursed helmet of Huevo, getting it done on those side lanes, able to offer up some assistance for those important objectives, the towers, that led to the victory up against Rap Squad.
I mean, Rap Squad, we can definitely tell they want to...
No, go ahead, Trex.
I think they're definitely a team that can possibly aspire to something. There needs to be a couple works on in the draft, but this is the time when you try things, right? It's not we're not trying to get to M5 right now. It's the beginning of the year. Keep on trying some new strategies and keep on going. But Huevo's definitely a team to keep our eyes on.
Definitely a team to keep our eyes on, indeed. And I think the big question is, who's ready for some eggs? They're hot and fresh, man. So that was a beautiful game. Honestly, one of the best so far today. 23-5, just very dominant all over the field and a phenomenal finish. But we got to give it to Ree. I think Trex kind of mentioned it a little bit. The over-aggressiveness was a little high risk, but that's what they say, high risk, high reward, and they were able to pull it off in their favor to take down Team Rap Squad. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is not all, as we do have multiple teams still here ready to compete, but Huevo already leading the way with 2 wins under their belt, currently the Kings of the Hill, and the question is, who is ready to take them down in the Land of the Dawn? We have Team Caliber on the board, and they are ready to go, so definitely don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks, and we'll be right back with you for the next game.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give, cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, around me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it down. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, I kept the start on my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, around me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more. Exactly.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm like son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fame.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, some insane matches so far. Mama Huevo leading the way with 3 wins in a row, and the question is, can they take their 4th to tie up with Nefarious with 4 wins in a row? One of the highest records in the MLSA, stricken down by the side of Ackerman with 7. But that is the 2nd place spot, 4 wins in a row, and I'm wondering if the side of Huevo can take it, as they are going up against another team who's ready to try and snatch off the crown from the Kingslayers. But before we get into that, let's get into the rules of today. We are running King of the Hill, and the rules are simple. First come, first serve, best of 1 winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time until the last team stands. And speaking of these teams, Team Huevo with 3 wins under their belt, now going up against Team Caliber, a team who is ready to kind of spread their name in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and take down the Kings. But the question is, can they do it? As Mom's Eggs has been hot in the Land of the Dawn. And speaking of hot, speaking of on fire and on point, we have the play-by-play hosted by myself and the analyst by Coach Deku to lead the way in today's game. How you doing today, Deku?
I'm doing great, man. We are coming off a little bit of an intermission, I guess you could say, in between some of this highly competitive matches. But we're primed and ready for another one in between Huevo and Team Caliber, as they look to stand in the way of Huevo, like you said, try to take down Ackerman's record, the best streak of wins, which is 7. Said Huevo is sitting on a nice 4, and we definitely have enough teams left on the schedule for them to be able to finish this off. We have Team Caliber. If they can take them down, they will be up against Blitz Dome, and after Blitz Dome is Rebels in Paradise. Potentially one more surprise team, but we'll get to that later because we're in the middle of this draft. The first phase has been completed, Hilda, Hayabusa, and a Vexana being locked in from the side of Weibo. And if you know Weibo, you know these interesting picks, these dynamic draftings, as I like to call it, for their keys to victory are definitely coming online, because no one expects a Vexana from a team looking to compete at a higher level. But speaking of things to compete, Glue and Kaja are on the swing back on that red side. Very highly contested picks, especially Glue. If you watched M4, and you definitely saw the impact that it had in those lanes and in those games. And as well with Kaja, who normally sat heavy on that ban list, has now been unleashed. Speaking of unleashed, since we're through the first half of the draft, Weezy, who are you looking at right now to be your favorable composition?
Well, right now, I'm definitely looking at Caliber because they have that Kaja. And we know how deadly Kaja can be with the Divine Judgment over there on the Hayabusa. Picked up by Rito for the side of Huevo. Also, that Glue in the XP lane, definitely a menace to work with. And you are seeing Hilda to try and do the job. But I'm wondering how effective it will be, as Glue has a lot of regen, but so does Hilda. But we don't know yet if this is going to be a Hilda XP or a Hilda Roam. And speaking of picks, looking at Glue slotting that Retribution, trying to throw off the catcher's desk, but you cannot fool us. We've seen too many games. But I don't know, maybe they'll surprise us, as you are seeing Blurryface pick up this, but dang, so is this gonna be a Glue in the jungle today, Deku?
It could potentially be, right? And we actually have seen it. I forgot which team pulled it out. Oh, I wish I could draw back on my memory bank here, but Glue was slotted in the jungle one time previously in the MLSA. I'm not sure if it won or lost, but Glue is Glue, right? So needless to say, it probably had a nice performance. Either way you want to slice it. Will it be enough up against Weibo? Will it maybe fight back against that dynamic drafting up against those King Slayers, as they are adequately named, as they are going up against an interesting kickoff comp, right? We are seeing the Hilda, the Haya, that Dairoff hovering, and maybe one of those marksman picks. We've seen the Leslie, now it's hovering over the Moskov, right back on. They are going to lock that in. They are going to finalize that draft with the Dairoff. So they're very heavy with the pickoff composition style that is actually kind of mirroring up against Team Caliber. We might see a face-off on who can really execute these win conditions, who can execute in these pickoffs ahead of these major objectives, ahead of the Turtles, ahead of the Lords, and even on these ganks, these rotations, who can really execute and get it done. I'm very eager to see this. And now I'm going to have to say, though, I'm really leaning over to the side of Weibo. They have the pickoff, but it's a lot of aggression. On the side of Caliber, they have pickoff, but not too much damage in those pickoffs, right? Glue and Kaja, you know, even with Dang, a little hard to get in sometimes, but you kind of need the follow-up, right? But the members of Weibo, most of them with the pickoff, have also additionally the kill potential. But at least before we head into the Land of the Dawn, tell me, who are you feeling has the edge as we're going into the Land of Dawn?
Well, I gotta say, looking at it so far, it's interesting because Huevo has a lot of offensive pressure, but the side of Caliber has a lot of defense and a lot of CC. And so we are going to see a battle of offense versus defense today. And the question is, which one is more important? But it also is going to go down to the micro, the macro, the synergy between both of these teams. And as we embark into the Land of the Dawn, we are seeing Rito inside of the jungler for the Hayabusa, one of the most picked junglers, able to get the job done as an assassin in Glue. Not traditionally seen it, like Deku stated, possibly only once in the MLSA. And this may be a little bit of that wild card drafting. And we want to see how it goes. This wild card drafts can either go one way or the other, really good or really bad. And I'm wondering how they will perform today as we progress through the early phases.
Absolutely. We do have to see how it's going to develop in this match, right? There's a lot to be expected of both of these compositions, and it can go either way. Like we said, in between teams like this, in the MLSA, it always comes down to the level of execution. But speaking to the level of execution here, an invade being sent from the way of Weibo.
They are going to try and contest the blue buff, and Rito, able to pick it up, is going to go ahead and use his Retribution to secure it, in a great invade indeed to give Huevo the slightest advantage inside of the jungle and farm. And this is what they have to do to be able to take the early game tempo. And this is what Huevo is kind of known for, the micro, being able to rotate around the map and create opportunity. Speaking of opportunity, you do see Kaja in a bad situation. Ree on the chase, trying to burst him down on this Hilda, but it looks like he's not able to get the job done. But still, with the aggressive tempo, is still going to be harassing on that lane, proxying these minions possibly, but no. They are able to pull through, and you're already seeing Huevo's aggressive nature. We can go order going in, checking that bush, able to hit Yukinon for some chip damage, baiting him out. And do they know Rito is there? Rito waiting for a smart move, having that level 4 is going to go in with the Ouija Shadow Kill possibly on the way. is going to clear those minions so the damage isn't as split and may be able to pick up a kill onto Misery. But Misery is sliding right by Ree. Is going to go ahead and recall in his face, but no, does not recall. Is going to go back in and do some chip damage. Ree in a bad situation. 3v1. Daizu in the back end, though. You are seeing Huevo trying to even out the numbers, but Sicilian taking out Hilda in that clash. Rito taking out Sanji. A 1-for-1 trade in the bottom lane.
And I'm taking that trade if I'm the side of Huevo. You gave up the first blood, but a 1-for-1, you lost the roamer, but you took down the marksman. I'm taking that any day of the week if I'm the eggs right there, as they're looking to perform, as they're looking to take another win. But we have to take note. Sicilian did pick up that first blood. That's a good amount of gold to the mid laner that likes to scale from the side of Caliber. We have to keep our eyes on him, and not just us, but the side of Huevo, but keeping an eye up here in the top side.
Blurryface using the fist crack and flickering out as Durza was almost able to burst him down with this die rock. But look at the turtle going to the side of Huevo, able to take the first neutral objective on the board, which will give him a slight advantage for the early game.
Absolutely. Taking the first objective, and Leslie picking up that first item. We did see it on screen there on that turtle. Found the Wind Talker. That's a great item to be able to pick up after they skipped those tier 2 boots, staying with the tier 1 to be able to rush that item. Speaking of rushing, Rito able to take down Badang underneath the tower. That's a great solo kill for him, but here comes the retaliation.
Both teams clashing it out, trying to get revenge for Blurryface falling in that engagement, and that was Rito able to pick that up. But there we go, double knockup. Daizu getting a kill, taking out Glue. Rito taking out this Kaja with the Ouija and also the quad Shadow. Just an impressive play. Huevo already applying that pressure, letting the world know why they are the kings of the hill, the kings slayers, 4-1 with the turtle on their side. And now, speaking of sides, the gold lane, ultimate sniper pulled out. Leslie able to lock down on to Sanji with a bullseye, and down he goes. And this is going to give even more of an advantage in the gold lane, as Sanji having a very hard time at 0-2-1. But wait a minute. Look at Misery trying to clear these minions, not trying to allow all of this gold to be stripped down and into the hands of Yukinon. But you are seeing Ree on this Hilda, still applying pressure, still being that distraction and that menace inside of the jungle, getting the job done.
Absolutely, and I don't know if we talked about that enough, man. Yukinon hit that boy with a 3-piece combo, but speaking of combos here, almost getting set up with that Divine Judgment, but is going to find his way to safety. But speaking of things being found on the screen, we did see double Hunter Strike being locked in, Hayabusa finding that item, as well as Dar. Speaking of things being found, killing the top side. Blurryface trading out the XP laner from the side of Huevo, but action in the gold side as Yukinon is applying that pressure, but look for the gang here.
He's going to try and rush in, take the damage of this turret, but down goes a knockup. Sanji taking out Ree, but Daizu taking out Sanji. Rito taking out the Sicilian in the mid lane off of the screen, and now a 3v1 situation inside of the tier 1 turret for the bottom side, and it has fallen into the hands of Huevo, and now Misery in a bad situation, forced to go to the tier 2, and able to survive that engagement, but a lot of real estate lost right there, and a lot of gold into the hands of Huevo.
Definitely a lot of goals. They're up 3K, but hang on, a fist crack, Weezy.
You see the fist crack from Badang, not able to really do some damage, but in goes Rito on to Glue and takes him out. And this is what we said, that wild card jungler. Yukinon find a kill onto Blurryface, 2 members off the board for the side of Caliber, and a great start. Huevo just having all the answers to the test right now, and we're wondering if we need to check if they're cheating, because they are just doing so well. It's insane, and not to discredit them, they're definitely not cheating. This is just what comes from time and synergy and practice, and this is what Huevo is known for. They're on at all times of the day, grinding it out and ranked in the MLSA and in future events. Ree able to take a kill, taking down Kaja. Rito finding a way into Sanji, taking down the marksman for the side of Caliber, not only taking him down, but is going to go ahead and lock in on the tier 2 turret for the gold lane.
Definitely, and I mean, they're executing this well. They finding the tower in the gold side. The tier 1 and tier 2 have been knocked down. That's a lot of pressure on one side of the map now. They're gonna have to do a great job inside of Caliber to manage that, because the inhibitor is completely wide open. Speaking of things being wide open,
Ree running into the wrong bush, running straight into a fist crack and a split, and still able to get out of that. And this is just showing you the power of wilderness, as Hilda is on fire. But take a look at the red buff. Looks like Huevo possibly having a plan. Ultimate Sniper to give some vision to let them know where everybody's at on the map. Down goes the Ouija Shadow kill into the mid lane, stacking up the damage on Caliber as the teams group up. Not able to find a kill. You are seeing the Eternal Guardian trying to do some damage, but Focusing on the objectives, they are going to go ahead and take that tier 1 turret, and Hilda finding a kill, bursting down Blurry Face on this Badang, but fighting out over Divine Judgment, catching Rito, able to get out with the quad shadow, and using a recall to say see you later, and just some impressive micro from the side of Huevo.
Absolutely, an impressive match from them, right? As they are currently up around that 6K mark in gold. But speaking of marks of gold, you can see it replicating itself in the item pickups right now. A lot of these members already finished 1, finishing 2, and some even heading into the 3rd item. If you're looking at Leslie there, ramping up for that endless battle. That is some quick scaling from the marksman from the side of Huevo, who is sitting pretty at 2, 0, and 4. So they're setting up potentially for an ambush.
You do see the full team of Huevo prepping in that bush. Turtle going to Hayabusa. Double kill from Daizu, taking out Glue. Sicilian gonna go ahead and take out Hilda as a response, but down goes Misery on the Kaja as well. And just a very good game. Rito's gonna find a way with the Ouija Shadow kill to burst down the marksman. And now the ultimate sniper by Leslie trying to finish the deal onto Raz. He is gonna be able to get out. That is the Mage, the Sicilian, the late game monster for Caliber that they're kind of banking on. But speaking of banking, Ringo Order going in, trying to stop the side of Huevo from taking the inhibitor as they find a way into that tier 2 for the mid lane. And they have to be careful as a lot of real estate has been lost, and Huevo hasn't lost anything in these engagements, finding a way not only to take these kills, but translate them to all these objectives.
Definitely translating well. As you can see, the endless battle has been completed now by the Leslie, and that's going to translate to a lot of damage, as those are 3 core items picked up for the gold laner. But core items, very interesting to note, right? Darath does not have a Dominance Ice. Actually went for the Hunter Strike into a Bloodlust Axe, which is definitely not something we typically see from Darath in any position on the map. But guess they aren't really worried too much about the sustain. You know, Kaja there has a little bit of sustained glue as well, and even Badang with those shields, right, during that fist crack animation. It just looks like they're not really adhering to their ability. There is no anti-heal actually locked in from the side of Huevo. They're just going for the all-in burst. Who cares about heals if you're dead, is what Huevo is saying, as they're looking to go ahead and stomp this out quickly and efficiently. As we're crossing into the 9-minute mark, they are looking poised for a win and looking poised for an ambush here. As you can see, the eggs are currently all in a basket here and one a bush. They might look for the engage.
Did you see the shadow kill stacking up on the damage of Caliber as they group up? The knockup over there by Vexana, the wall with the fist crack. You cannot find a kill, taking down Blurry Face in his own area. He's going to take him down in that inhibitor turret, and a good kill from the side of Huevo. 16-4, leading the way, kind of showing the one-sided story so far. Sanguine Claws for the double set into Durza and Daizu. But still, you have to get a little bit later in the game, as Sicilian needs to come online as we hit, close to that 16-minute mark. And right now, with them being at a very big disadvantage, it's going to take even longer for him to come online. But if Huevo continues to be aggressive and clear these minions, he's going to have no time getting these stacks. So you don't want to allow them to be able to get this farm inside of their base, or you will see a potential comeback.
Definitely can see a potential for a comeback. They do have some scaling options, but I'm going to be real here. A team like Huevo, you never really see them let go of these type of leads. And if anything, they actually increase when they definitely get to this kind of position. So you definitely have to be careful. But Anglos, we're going to be careful here.
You do see Yukinon rushing in with that double knockup from Vexana. Blurry Face going to kill onto Yukinon and take out Daizu for the double. 2 members off the board for the side of Huevo. Maybe a slight turnaround in the making. 17-6 on the board, though. You are still at a slight disadvantage. Not even a slight, it's huge disadvantage right now for Calibers. They have to play safe. They have to wait for the side of Huevo to be overly aggressive and make these mistakes like they just did. And if they can bank on that and pull it off, they will be able to turn this around. But rushing in is going to go ahead and take down Glue with the low HP. You are seeing Lord crash into the inhibitor, but quickly bursted down from the side of Caliber for the mid lane.
Definitely, and they haven't applied so much pressure, and they've gained so much. If you're looking from the side of Huevo, they're currently up 5-0 on the towers, man. They haven't lost a single one up against Caliber. They haven't struck anything important as far as these ever so impactful towers, right? Those ever so important objectives. You really need those to be able to win the game. I mean, it's quite literally the name of the game, right? Whoever can reach those nexus first, and Huevo doing a great job of cracking open these lanes and looking to start cracking open the base of Caliber. They're not going to be the ones to fold under pressure, and here it is again, the eggs in the basket. We've seen it on the other side of the lane in that other bush. Will they go for the same engage again? And look, the Prophet Sentry is being popped out, and they're doing the exact same play.
Same exact play with a mirror effect on the other side of the jungle. You do see Conceal wasted from the side of Caliber, and I'm scratching my head. Was that a misclick? Because definitely not able to make anything happen of that. They kind of scattered like ants inside of the base with that Conceal play.
I definitely think it's just a bit of nervousness, right? I'm sure they want to go for something, but they don't really know what. And that is always the question when you're down so much. They're currently down 9K gold, and you just have to figure out, right, what can we possibly do here? And I feel like Caliber doesn't have any answers at this point. They're nothing more than a couple monkeys playing Bloons Tower defense, man. They don't have a plan, but Weibo does, and that's currently why we're seeing the state of the game that we are in as an Eternal Guardian goes wide right, not going to find the mark, but it doesn't matter. I guess a little bit of companionship goes a long way because they're kind of lonely. Caliber hasn't really stepped out to interact with Weibo in a while, and I don't blame them, man. These guys are kind of monsters right now, but hang on. You see Yukinon using that camouflage. A flicker burned and wasted by Kaja, and that's an incredible utility that's wasted, man. It's already hard to get that Divine Judgment, and now without that flicker, going to be even harder to close the gap. And that's going to be something that's going to punish them. Oh my goodness. I didn't even know this was going to happen. I thought Rito was going to be able to disengage there, but he actually got caught out into the fist crack to the back, might I add. And he is going to be sent up here to the caster's desk with us. And that's a pretty good pick-off as the Lord is spawning in now, a jungler down from the side of Weibo. Will this be the opportunity that Caliber has been looking for as they're starting to slowly advance forward for this enhanced Lord?
You are seeing Sanji pick up that Wind of Nature to negate some of this physical damage. Worried about the Hayabusa, who's just bursted down. But speaking of bursted down, the knock up over there by Vexana. Yuki not able to pick up the kill. Oh my goodness, into the fist crack, a double kill. Durza gets taken down by Badang and Ree. What a play. And this is what we're saying, Team Caliber just needing to be a little passive. Just wait. Weibo, an aggressive team by nature. They cannot hold off and play the passive, the patient game. And this is a slight weakness in their play style, is when you're not patient, you are going to quickly make some mistakes that'll lean toward the team's favor. And if you make too many, you are going to see that epic comeback on the way. But speaking of comebacks, you still have a good advantage for the side of Weibo, as they do have the zoners on the map. They have the real estate and they have the presence for the Lord.
Definitely have the presence for the Lord here, and they have to be careful, right? They can't really go contest this. I don't think it's very wise to go for it. You still have some inhibitors to try to defend. You do have the Sicilian. You have the capability to potentially hold them off after it's picked off, right? You just maybe need a pick. You have the glue with the split, a little bit of grab, right into the hands of Kaja, maybe with that Divine Judgment. All you need is a key pick off to kind of slow the aggro from Weibo. Once you take one of them down, you kind of eliminate most of the threat, as they are kind of stacking for the pickoffs. They're looking to kind of line up with these attacks, letting Rito kind of lead the way with those shadows, get some spells wasted, as well with the camouflage from this Leslie. If they can be able to secure one, and let Sicilian get some time with that Bat's Feast to kind of eat at the table that is currently being presented to them right now from the side of Weibo, as this Lord is getting pushed into the mid lane. The Luminous Lord, on top of that, a major threat to the well-being of the side of Caliber. That inhibitor turret is already basically at half HP, so best believe if the Lord can get in range for that charge passive, it will be falling down, and it's going to basically be about what happens after that. That will spell, if we see, disaster for Caliber.
Lord crashing in, taking down the inhibitor. Bat's Feast activated by Sicilian. You are seeing Blue pick up a kill, taking down Rito falling and dies to a double kill for Blurry Face on this Badang. Ultimate Sniper by Leslie kind of canceled, running away. Almost able to burst down Sanji, but the side of Caliber getting online in the late game. Ladies and gentlemen, are we going to see an epic comeback? As Weibo having a very hard time closing this out, but they were able to close in on 2 inhibitor turrets, leaving them down to the wire with only 1 on the bottom side.
Man, Weezy, makes me happy, makes me smile, because it's exactly what we said that needed to be done. They found the pick off on Ree there, and immediately after they translated that into more kills, but they have to be careful here, a little overextension.
Ooh, the flicker just in time to get out of Durza with that Dairoth. Ultimate Sniper going in, trying to finish the damage on Misery. Unable to hit the mark with his team protecting him, is now going to recall safely to the base and not join us on the caster's desk today. And now 20-12, 16 minutes in, the big question is, can Team Weibo close this out? Are we going to see Team Caliber get online and be able to turn the table in their favor?
anything is possible when you have the Sicilian, man. I've seen some crazy comebacks, just led by the way of the Batman of MLBB. Once they unleash, you can definitely feel the power, and I think Huevo got a good little taste of their own medicine. The aggression they have from 5 players is coming all out of 1 from the side of Caliber, looking to dethrone Huevo, and maybe the ugliest way possible for Huevo, as they had an incredible lead up against Caliber, but now, like you said, struggling to get it done. They were up around that 9, even 10K mark of gold. It's closed down to 6K, but at this point in the game, with these items, 16 minutes in, almost into the 17-minute mark, all of that is out the window, right? It's almost an even playing board as far as who has what and what can be done in these team fights. The towers are the only things that are standing in the way of Caliber and the revenge tour up against Huevo, as they suffered a lot of damage in those first half of the game, but now are looking to recorrect and redirect their actions earlier, as they definitely have what they need to be able to fight back up against Huevo if they can keep playing for the pick-off composition, right, that we saw. They were able to pull off 1, able to pull off 2, and made that 3, and an incredible defense up against that Luminous Lord, and that's exactly what they need. And look at them now, claiming some territory. They know the side of Huevo is going for the Lord, and I think their whole plan is just to find towers. I think they're confident in another defense. They don't have much inhibitors. They only have 1, but they are able to find a little bit of relief in these lanes, able to find something here. But oh my goodness, the man with the plan has been taken out. Weezy, this could be disastrous.
Hilda with the power of wilderness, able to find a kill and quickly burst down Toxic, and now side of Caliber making some mistakes. You are seeing Durza find a kill onto Kazu, 2 members off the board. Blurry Face responding back, taking out Daizu. Down goes Vexana with a fist crack for Yukina finding a kill, taking out Blurry Face as a response. And Huevo with the big advantage, only Sanji to defend, and they're going to crash to the Nexus with the Luminous Lord. And ladies and gentlemen, Huevo has done it again. They have taken the game and remains the Kings of the Hill.
And that was just so unfortunate, man. I really was rooting for Caliber to be able to give us just a couple more minutes of pure action and adrenaline, but Huevo able to secure that pick. And we talked about the Sicilian was the key to victory for them. He did have the MVP for the side of Caliber, but Huevo able to stack up and take him down, and they were able to overpower the one-man army that was Caliber in this match. Let's take a look at the statistics here, right? Yukina leading the way, 31% on the damage, the sniper with a little bob and weave action with the camouflage, but those shots were well seen from everyone. Shot heard around the world is what we call him now in the land of Dawn. 43% damage on the turrets, leading the way for his team in the objectives and in the team fights as well, as they were able to withstand and move on to 5 victories in King of the Hill.
Huevo getting the job done time and time again. 4 victories in a row, tying up with the second highest record from Nefarious with 4 wins in a row now. And the question is, can they take it all the way to first place, beating Ackerman at 7 wins in a row? That's right, there are still more teams ready to take on the current champions who have held on to that crown for 4 solid games against 4 different teams. That's very hard to do, and well played and deserved by the side of Huevo. But going forward, another team on the way, ready to take them down, snatch that crown, and it is going to be Blitz Dome, a team that's kind of been really good at sometimes and then having a hard time in others. But when they're online, let me tell you, they're definitely online, and I'm excited to see what Blitz Dome brings to the table to go up against Mama's Eggs, Huevo in the building. So definitely don't go nowhere, as both teams are embarking, getting ready to jump into the land of the Dawn.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give, cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I cut the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it bound. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up. All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little Flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
You say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Legend for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Mobazane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They've brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably Blacklist, because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and some insane matches that have happened so far today in King of the Hill. And what is King of the Hill exactly? Well, let me tell you right here. King of the Hill is first come, first serve, best of one. Winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And so far, we've been seeing one team kind of shine above the rest, and that is Team Huevo leading the way over there with 4 wins in a row, tying up for second place in the most wins in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy for King of the Hill with Nefarious, and the record holders are currently Ackerman with 7 wins in a row. But Huevo is slowly climbing up that ladder, trying to break that record down and be the new record holder, and may have to force Ackerman for another appearance. But speaking of appearances, they are going to be going up against Blitz Dome, a newer team in the MLSA, just starting in Season 2, but having some really good matches. Some of them were a little shaky in the beginning, but then as they prevailed through the previous days, they were able to get online and figure out a game plan, and I've been seriously impressed with their performance so far. Join along with me to cast today's matches, I do have Master Rim, the king of cookie dough, joining us on the desk to give you that on-point analysis. I will be your play-by-play to lead you guys through the Land of the Dawn and these engagements, so definitely buckle up. It may be a bumpy ride, but speaking of bumpy rides, both these teams are already inside of the draft, currently finding out their game plan. How you doing today, Master Rim?
I'm doing great. You know, I'm excited as usual to see what the side of Fuego is going to give us against Blitzdome here, right? Looking at the draft so far, we do see the Faramis being banned out to counter A1C on this glue pick, right? Which is smart, but they did leave another glue counter open, right? Vexana. Y'all were wondering what was the purpose of Fuego picking this Vexana the last game against that glue that we saw slot into the jungle position. Is because her passive, right, when glue does that split, her passive is able to apply to each one of those little balls there, right, and it's able to dish out that damage, and she's very much capable of not only killing him during his ultimate, but the members around him as well, as that passive does spread, right? But speaking of passives out on the board right now, Yukinon on this one who we haven't really seen much anymore, right, in the gold lane. We've seen the Harith and the Lunox go in the gold lane a little more than her, but she's still a strong contender when it comes to those team fights, especially once she locks in that trifecta of an items later in the draft, right? But things to look out for. L2K on this Hayabusa, he's able to go in and out with that quad shadow, and then also have the immunity during that ultimate, kind of like the 1-1 as well, right? So that's definitely something the side of Fuego has to look out for. But a kind of off-meta pick, which Fuego is known for, Durza with this Pain here. Is it going to be in the EXP lane? Most likely, right? But they could still flex them into the jungle, so there's an option as well. So Weezy, the first half of the draft has been completed. Who are you in favor of so far?
Ooh, well, I'm a fan of A1C Storm, not because I personally know him from NACT Las Vegas, but also because he's picking up that glue in that XP lane, and we know how well glue kind of performs so far, and that's definitely some big meta on the table. You do have LTK on this Hayabusa, another meta pick as well for the jungle, able to use that quad shadow to get out of those tricky engagements and also be able to sneak some possible lords and neutral objectives, and also going into the gold lane to be able to use that Ouija shadow kill to burst down the side laners. But speaking of meta, Rito trying to sway my opinion, picking up this Barats, maybe a little bit of a blacklist strat on the way to lock in a support to kind of close out the deal, is going to be very beefy, and that's going to give a little bit of a slight disadvantage over there to the Hayabusa bursting him down, but an advantage to Hayabusa about getting out of that Detona's welcome with that mobility. And then you also have to keep in mind, Magnus has the Sicilian. Sicilian can quickly burst down this Barats when it comes to late game, and that's what Barats is known for, that strong frontline presence as a jungler. But when you have Sicilian, who's known to melt people down in the late game with the stacks, you have to keep an eye on him. And also, speaking of keeping an eye, Yukinon with this 1-1. Crossbow Tang, if able to be pulled out, will be able to get a possible full wipeout on the side of Fuego, minus the glue. Glue may be able to eat some of that Crossbow Tang and stop him from wiping out the team, but if he can find a way to get into Hayabusa, Magnus, or even Senpai on this Popon Koopa, it might be an easier time for him. But he is going up against Lonely Senpai, and I just now seeing this. Very good marksman in North America, honestly underrated, and I really want to see how he performs, especially up against a team like Huevo, and I think we're about to have a showdown inside of the gold lane.
Absolutely, but I want to look at that Vomer locked in for the side of Huevo here. I have just over 1,800 matches on Natalia as well myself, right? But I'm not that comfortable locking her into a Kaja, right? That ring of judgment there. He definitely has what it takes to, you know, reveal that Natalia. And as we saw, I think from Team Savacons there, when they locked her as a comfort pick, she was not able to, you know, get her job done, because Natalia has to be able to pick off, right? And when you have a roamer like Kaja and your team is playing at this high level, she's not going to be able to just take advantage of your team and just get to the back line, right? But looking at win conditions here, Blitzdome, they have the scaling composition in terms terms of Magnus on the Sicilian, as well as Lonely Senpai on this Popol and Koopa. And he's one of those marksmen that's able to really push that tower in that early phase of the match. But speaking of early phase, we do see some pressure from Ree coming in here. But disengaging, you know, just opening the map, and they're definitely putting the pressure on this gold lane, which is definitely what they need. I would like to see Kaja rotate a little more up there.
And you are seeing the engagement on the top side. Blitz rushing in with the Ring of Order, realizing they're very low. Can they get the kill, though? Ree able to escape, as well as Yukinon, and definitely a dangerous situation. And you got to keep an eye, like you said, on this Natalia. Yes, they have the Kaja, but if Kaja's not around, it may be some early pickoffs into the hands of Ree. But right now, with the very low HP, Senpai being very passive, is going to go recall. But no, wait a minute! Not realizing Ree is right there, caught inside of that smoke, and quickly burst it down. And that is first blood for the side of Huevo into the hands of Yukinon for the 1-1.
But Kaja went into the mouths of Barats, but that Atona's welcome. They're almost being able to secure that kill alongside Daizu there. And that's just the thing, right? The heavy aggression coming in from Rito on this Barats, and he could afford to invade this jungle. It's a tale that we've seen in the match before, right? When you locked that, was it the Hayabusa as well against Huevo, and they was able to secure this tanky jungler, right? So they could honestly just keep invading because they can afford to do that. And it's like I said, when you're gonna lock in your assassin as your jungler so early in the draft, you just enable the enemy team to draft around it and slot something tanky in the jungle that's able to keep up with you as well as invades. And speaking of things being able to keep up, we do see Ree baiting out this ultimate here from Sicilian, which is a huge utility baited out before this turtle here.
A huge utility used, but at the end of the day, I feel like when it comes to these 5v5 engagements, when you have Sicilian with the bat speeds, there's nowhere that Natalia can really hide. And that might be an advantage as you do creep to the late game. But the question is, will the side of Huevo even take it there? As you are seeing them with the early pressure, trying to take the store. Denton is welcome, grabbing him up. You are seeing LTK get the retribution. In the process, though, you are seeing a possible clash on the way between two tides, trying to get some kills outside of this turtle, and it looks like we might see some on the way. Ring of Order by Kaja. Magnus picking up a kill onto Durza, refinding L2K, getting a double, taking out Blitz, and that is 2 kills on the board for Natalia, but fight not over as Rito is going to take down A1C Storm on the glue. Rito, the Barats jungle, getting the job done, staying alive, and that just shows you how beefy the dinosaur is in the Land of the Dawn.
Absolutely right. And I want to take a minute to look at these items here. Looking at the side of Blitzdome, right? A lot of physical defensive components building in here in that gold lane, right? Which is what you want to see from your Popol and Koopa, especially considering that Huevo is putting a lot of pressure in your lane. But speaking of pressure in the lane, we are seeing Natalia right back up there being an annoyance to Lonely Senpai. But the side of Blitzdome has an answer.
You are seeing the crossbow Tang being activated, getting all the weakness push, but unable to take down Senpai. And now Yukinon caught it between 3 members of Blitzdome, quickly taken down, and that is Senpai picking up that kill. But Denton is welcome into Luigi Shadow kill. It's gonna be able to negate being picked up. Magnus is gonna take down this Barat in a very good play over there by L2K to bait out that ult. But wait a minute, you are seeing the quad shadow going in. Ree taking some damage, Blitz in the engagement as well. They are going to try and take down Ree, but Daizu joining the fight. Ree going to find a way to take him down, and down goes L2K on the over-aggressive play.
Absolutely, but great answer coming in from the side of Huevo. They're being able to trade off, right? But we did see 1-1 picking up that corrosion site. Even though she took the loss and the death there, she was able to secure that item to continue to scale and make her way into the mid game, right? But speaking of being able to scale, Cecilia unlocking in that Clock of Destiny, one of his core items. As soon as he's able to pick up that Lightning Truncheon, they're definitely going to feel his wrath there, right? But we are seeing the side of Huevo proxy this neutral objective here.
You are seeing Blitz being a little bit of a harasser, trying to use that Ring of Order to possibly steal it and force out the retribution from Rito. And there it goes. Right before Hayabusa can rush in with the quad, Shadow is going to be able to pick up that Lethal Wanderer, though, with it. But another neutral objective into the hands of Huevo, and this is what we've seen them do time and time again, having the strong presence in the early game, being very aggressive by nature, trying to evade on this blue buff as we speak about it. Look at Rito rushing in, able to steal the blue buff from Hayabusa. Denton is welcome, grabbed by the Divine Judgment and hit by the Ouija Shadow kill. Still not taken down though, is going to be able to take a buff out of that engagement and still be able to fight with majority of his HP. Speaking of HP though, the Terrify onto Senpai, finding a kill on that. Natalia is going to burst him down in that process. Blue activating the split from A1C Storm, trying to find a pickup on Yukinon, getting the weakness finder, able to take those weakness points and get that crossbow of Tang. And they're just having a really good time for the side of Huevo as down goes L2K. Fighting out over though as Daizu finds a way into A1C Storm, jumping into 5 members of Huevo. Not the place you want to be. 8-3 on the board so far. And just a great early phase. Huevo taking charge.
Absolutely, and it's like I said, right, even though they have the glue on their favor for the side of Blitzdome, that Vexana is still a counter for him, and an underrated counter is not much people knows how her passive works against them, right? And we do see her making that glue have a harder time coming online. And speaking of things having a hard time,
Senpai with a very difficult situation in a 3v1 is quickly bursted down by Yukinon, giving him his 3rd kill on the board, and also going to be able to take up this tier 1 turret for the bottom side. But Blitz finding an answer, finding a trade, translating an objective into the side of their team, is going to go ahead and take down the tier 1 turret for the mid lane, which is going to open up this map for the side of Blitzdome to be able to invade the jungle a lot more. But speaking of invasions, pay attention to Ree on this Natalia. It's going to go ahead and work around, possibly get a pick off. But look at Blitz, same kind of plan, but there goes Ree rushing in, trying to take out Senpai. Blitz gonna hit him with the Divine Judgment, pull him into the turret, and that's exactly what you wanted to do, providing the kill over to Senpai as well. And that is how you translate these clashes into your team's side. But speaking of translating, you are seeing the side of Huevo wasting no time. They're gonna go ahead and pick up another neutral objective, the 2nd turtle for their team.
Absolutely, and they need to continue to keep that focus to help Lonely Senpai continue to scale, right? We did see that he was able to pick up that Blade of Despair, and as long as he's able to get these items in, he is capable of being a menace to that Natalia, right? He does have the ability to reveal her in these bushes here with that 1st skill, right? So he definitely has that at his disposal, but he needs a little bit more, and that's where the Rings of Judgments is supposed to come in. But speaking of judgments, there's not being called for Judgment Day yet. He was able to, survive that clash without any problems, but speaking of not being able to survive the Hayabusa taken down by Ree there. But I want to say, late game, Blitzdome still has something in their hands, right? They have Magnus on to Sicilian. But speaking of a concealed play,
you are seeing the engagement on the top side. The knock-up over there. Sicilians with the Bat's Feast. Going to find a way into Daizu, taking out Vexana. Hit with the crossbow Tang though. Yukinon going to take down Blitz. And now, in a bad situation, you are seeing Senpai trying to burst him down. A double kill for Yukinon. But Yukinon taking out, and another double kill over there for Sicilian in that engagement. And Sicilian, like Rim stated, that late game menace is going to be a problem. But look at Reed trying to rush in, trying to poke him down, being overly aggressive though, and now may be costly as you are seeing Blitz rush in. Ringo Order now forced in a rock and a hard place and has to run in to either a turret or into Blitz, and down goes Reed. Regardless, kill does go to Blitz side from doing that damage, and not sure if that was really the smartest decision. Sicilian, the later this game gets, the harder it will be. And I gotta state one thing, Rim, right? They have this Natalia, and the thing about Natalia is, yes, she's great in theory sometimes, but when it comes to the late game, when there's no turrets in play and it's neck and neck, she cannot really do much when the team is defending inside of their base. So it'll be like having a member down, as she's only really effective when it comes to taking objectives inside of the jungle.
Exactly, right? And it kind of works against Huevo themselves because, engage in the top.
You are seeing Blitz with the 2v1 situation, activating the crossbow tank for Wanwan. Reed picking up the kill on Blitz in that engagement. In the smoke bomb, Lonely Senpai getting slowed. Reed gonna take up another kill. And Magnus responding back, takes out Reed inside of the Bat's face and takes down Yukinon! We were just talking about Magnus getting online, and it's not even late game. This is mid game, and Sicilian is looking very scary. 6-1-2, but Lord going to the side of Huevo. The next neutral objective already in their hands, not wasting a moment on the map. And this is what is keeping them in this game. And we need to see the side of Blitz Dome translate these kills into objectives, or they're going to slowly be taken down by the side of Huevo.
Well, I mean, it's not much kills for them to translate, as we're only seeing Sicilian with the heavy kill presence on his team, right? But speaking of heavy presence against his team, we are seeing Rito, again, constantly in the jungle of Blitz Dome here, trying to steal the buffs. But we are seeing Natalia here looking for a kill.
And it looks like Rito was able to take that buff from L2K. It was going to give him a slight disadvantage in terms of energy, but Ree finding a way to Senpai, bursting him down, even with Blitz in effect, not able to hit the Divine Judgment in time, but now connecting, and down he goes with the Bat's Feet over there by Magnus. Yukinon finding the turret on the top side with the addition of this Lord, and now trying to claim some real estate in the mid lane. Can they take the tier 1 turret and open up this map even more for the side of Huevo? You are seeing Denton's Welcome grabbing up A1C Storm on this Ghoul using the split. It's gonna grab the Barats, and I'm not really sure that's the one you want to grab. So you can take a lot of that damage. You're already seeing it from the side of Huevo. Normally when you have a glue attached to you with that split, you don't attack him. But Barats is beefy. Everybody on the team can burst down Barats, and he still won't go down, and glue cannot handle all that damage. But speaking of damage, both teams clashing out, trying to take this tier 1 for the side of Huevo in the mid lane. You are seeing Yukinon rushing in, but hit with the Ouija Shadow kill by Hayabusa, and down he goes. That is a marksman for the side of Huevo on the Wanwan. Look at L2K though, using the quad shadow, now using the speed boost, trying to get away from Durza, rushing away with that shadow, and able to get out of that engagement. But Lonely Senpai finding a kill is going to take down Ree on the Natalia, but look at the fight on the mid lane. Daizu is going to take out Lonely Senpai in response, and now Barat's trying to pull Blitz into the team for an additional kill, but you are seeing A1C Storm and Blitz providing that zonage, and they're not going to allow Huevo to take that tier 2 turret for the mid lane. But now shifting focus to the red. Huevo not wasting time on these objectives. You are seeing Bane pick up that kill as well, taking down L2K, and they are going to get the red buff and also the tier 2 for the bottom side. A1C Storm with the split. Not sure if you want to grab somebody. He decides still to grab one member, Daizu, and I'm not sure if he can pull this off, and no, he can't, but that might put him at a disadvantage now, as they will quickly burst him down, and he doesn't have the regen to get out of this engagement. But wait, Ring Order, Divine Judgment by Blitz, trying to pull in Rito, able to burst him down with Senpai before he can pull off the Deton's Welcome. Batch Feast from Sicilian with the Bat's Impact, gonna quickly burst down Durza. Fight not over though. Look at Ree with the Natalia. We talked about it, we manifested it. When it gets to the late game, it is going to be a problem. You cannot hide in a Bat's Feast or a Ringo Order by the Kaja, but you cannot hide from the crossbow attack as Yukinon proccing the Immortality and taking down Blitz with his ult. And a good play from the Wanwan, and some heavy engagement going in the mid lane so far from both teams as Luminous Lord spawns in.
I want to give some respect to Blitz there, right? He saw that 1-1 had the crossbow attack, and he opted in to use his dash away from the team so it wouldn't spread, right? So great read from him. But we are seeing some items being picked up here, right? Sicilian being able to lock up. Speaking of things being locked in,
Are seeing the Ouija Shadow kill going in. L2K able to find a kill onto Daizu, and that is exactly what you needed to do. Taking out one of the backlines, finding the mage, putting Huevo in a slight disadvantage. And Blitz Dome, we talked about this earlier, one of those teams that kind of surprises you as they continue to progress in the MLSA as the days come to pass. And right now, putting Huevo pretty much even with them on the board in terms of the map and taking this Luminous Lord in their favor. But speaking of taking, Ree's gonna find a way to take down Hayabusa on this Natalia, and we said when it comes to the jungler, that's where Ree shines, but anything inside of the base, that's where she'll have a slight problem.
absolutely, right? But I want to take a minute to look at these items here. Sicilian, he picked up that Dominance Ice to help get him some sustainability against this Natalia, right? As she is trying to pick him off. And not only is it a good item in terms of helping the damage that he's able to dish out with that Bat's Feast, right? But speaking of damage,
you see a lot of ultimates on the way, but the question is who will be able to translate it into kills. Crossbow Ting going on to Storm with the split, able to keep him alive. But look at Ree have another plan seconds is gonna get a backdoor kill, but find out over. Sanguine Claws from Sicilian. Durza find a kill, taking out Blitz. 2 members off the board for the side of Blitz Dome, and also the turret, the tier 2 has fallen. Find another kill is gonna take out LCK. 3 members off the board for Blitz Dome, and it is not looking good. They have to be careful, as Huevo is one of these teams that knows how to close it out and focus on objectives, and they're slowly trying to take this finish.
Absolutely, but it's like you said, once it gets to this point in the match and the enemy team is in the base, there's not really much opportunity for this Natalia, right? The most she can do right now is provide vision, but she has to be aware of that magic sentry buff that's able to reveal where she is, right? She does not have immunity to that, but speaking of, we do see a potential engage for this red buff.
And this is what Huevo does. They do not allow you to take any farm in your jungle, but wait a minute, it looks like exactly that, as Rito hitting that retribution is gonna go ahead and pick that up, and this is what they do best. Huevo's a very aggressive team by nature, and they're able to pull it off as they kind of bank on teams being overly aggressive with them and making these mistakes. And I'm wondering if the side of Blitz Dome will kind of fall for this tactic, because you got to watch out for Ree on this Natalia. That's really the game changer. You never know where he's at. He has that execute. He can rush in and pick somebody off, especially when you're trying to escape with barely any HP. So especially if you are a backline like Magnus or Senpai, you have to play a little safer. But like Rim kind of stated, they have a lot of counters against it. You have the traps from Popo and Koopa. You have the Bat's Feast from Sicilian. You have the Ring of Order by Kaja. And if any of these connect onto this Natalia, there's nowhere she can hide. But speaking of hiding, blue buff engagement possibly on the way. And we talked about how aggressive Huevo is. They do not want you to take anything in the jungle. They're going to fight over this buff as well. And it looks like, again, just bullying in the jungle. Rito taking up another buff out of these clashes and not even using the retribution. Is going to focus on the Lord.
Actually, Daiso was able to pick up that blue buff there, but it's still favoring the side of Huevo, right? But I would like to see an engage here.
Durza finding A1C Storm, 1 member off of the table for the side of Blitz Dome, and Lord into the hands of Huevo. And it looks like they are trying to take their 5th win in a row to beat the record of Nefarious. And the question is, can the side of Blitz Dome hold them back, snatch the crown, and not let them make history for the 2nd best team with the 2nd best record? And the question is, will we see it today, as Huevo has been on fire? And I think the question of the day is, how hot are Mama's eggs?
Very hot right now, but hot items that I would like to see the side of Blitz Dome pick up is some immortalities, right? Once Natalia uses her initial burst there, we see that she's looking for the back line. Build some immortalities. So if you do die, you have a chance to respond to it and potentially go back to your base, right? We are seeing a lot of damage coming in here. But speaking of damage,
we are seeing the knockup over there by Vexana. LTK using the quad shadow, not really able to hit the mark though. Finding the inhibitor on the top side. Lord crashing in is going to go ahead and try and give them that slight advantage to close this game out. And the question is, who will prevail? Detna's welcome, not able to connect, and a lot of utility wasted on the board for the side of Huevo. But look at Lord crashing into the Nexus, but not having lanes synced and the minions in their favor. LTK is going to find a kill onto Daizu. You are seeing Bane with a little bit of that ultimate as well. Yukinon taking out Blitz. LTK taking out Durza. 2 members off the board for Huevo for 1 on the side of Blitz Dome. And that's okay. You lost your roam, but you took out a mage and you took out the XP lane. And this means the side of Huevo cannot continue this engagement. And it looks like they know this, as the side of Blitz Dome is wasting no time with the Ouija Shadow kill, with the quad shadow. And Hayabusa is going to take down Ree on this Natalia.
Absolutely, and that's what you want to see, right? You don't want to allow the side of Blitz Dome to continue to allow this endlessly stacking Sicilian here, right? We were seeing how much of a threat he is able to come here, as we're almost 19 minutes into the game, as well as into that late game, right? And a lot of these picks, even though they have the ability to shine late game, they still, to an extent, fall off, right? Like we mentioned before, Rihanna's Natalia, once the enemy team is able to just hug their base, there's not much for her to do. If she goes in, she'll most likely be able to get a kill, but she'll also fall in the process as well, right? But speaking of things falling, we did see Sicilian locking in that Divine Glaive, which is definitely something that he needed to be able to pierce true the side of Huevo. But speaking of things piercing through,
Definitely speaking of things piercing through, you are seeing the heavy focus on the A1C Storm using the split though, but look at 1-1 activating the possible crossbow of Tang is going to quickly burst him down. Hayabusa with the Ouija shadow kill, trying to take out Yukina, forcing out the Wind of Nature, hit by Vexana, and Durza takes him down. 2 members off the board for the side of Blitz Dome, and the side of Huevo looking strong, gonna take yet another objective, and this has been the story all game. Yes, you can win and take a kill here and there, but we're gonna take every single real estate on the map, every objective, every lord, every buff, every creep, you name it, Huevo has it.
definitely feel like it was okay in that situation to allow the clue to fall, right? As the Hayabusa, you still had the ability to potentially try to contest for this turtle, and if you for this lord here, but if you aren't able to secure it, that's okay, right? But speaking of things being secure, we are seeing Huevo again on the offense here, trying to keep this pressure up. But speaking of pressure,
you are seeing the engagement on the way, and Huevo doing what Huevo does best. Very aggressive team by nature, not really sinking the side lanes. He's just gonna put the presence down in the base for the side of Blitz Dome, and now maybe having a change of heart. Lonely Sip by find a kill is gonna go ahead and take out. There's a 1 member already down on the board from Huevo, and this is what happens, right? When you're overly aggressive, you are gonna make mistakes, and you're gonna give the other team a chance to turn this around. And there we go, Senpai using that Aegis, able to get away from Natalia. Natalia not really having the strongest presence to close in on this base. Look at Lore quickly getting bursted down possibly, but Huevo still trying to take the clash, even though they are down 1 member. You are seeing Blitz fall. Lonely Senpai has fallen as well, and this may be what they needed, as Yukinon is still there to take the damage onto the turret, combined with the Lord. And ladies and gentlemen, they have done it again. Mama's eggs are hot. Huevo takes the win.
beautiful game coming in from the side of Huevo there, but I also want to give it up to the side of Blitz Dome for being able to keep up this defense for as long as they can, right? We did see that's the ceiling, being able to scale into that late game and be a nuisance. But speaking of being a late game nuisance, on this Natalia, being able to find these pickoffs where her counters was not there, right? But speaking of counter, Yukinon not looking like he had any problems at all, being able to dish out any damage, as he did pick up that MVP there, right? But looking at damage, 28% damage coming in from him overall, with 59% there on those towers, being able to open up the game and open up the map for Huevo to be able to take yet another game.
And that's just it. Yet another game. 5 wins in a row, breaking the record, taking out Nefarious for the second best record in King of the Hill. And Huevo, 5 wins strong, trying to chase that #1 spot, held by Ackerman. 7 wins in a row. And the question is, can they do it? Time will tell, as another team is on the way trying to challenge them and take them down. And they're just handing out eggs to everybody. And the next team on the board is Rebels in Paradise. This is a team that you guys seen compete in NASL and other leagues throughout North America, joining in the MLSA, and I'm excited to see what they bring to the table, as Huevo is a top 32 team in North America. That's right, they placed in NACT fall season, did a phenomenal job, taken down by, guess who? The Valley themselves. That was the team that knocked them out, and I really wonder how far they would have went if it wasn't the Valley themselves inside of the NACT. And that's just a little bit of a taste on the teams that we have to offer in the MLSA, and also what we have to offer as a region for North America. But speaking of the MLSA, guys, I appreciate y'all tuning in. My name is Wheezy. I am your host, and it's been an insane journey. We have some insane matches still on the way with Rebels in Paradise, so definitely don't go anywhere. Grab some drinks, get some food, get ready, because Huevo is about to be dishing out some more eggs.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking to me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Call me Sharpie, what they not. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts to be as strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts to be as strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And we can't pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got it better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Legend for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They've brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast.
isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
That's right. I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Gold laner for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm like son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team from Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your age? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? my little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. After a brief intermission, these teams are ready to embark inside of King of the Hill, as we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and our whole focus is helping these teams prepare for future events and future leagues in North America and grow our region and get that MPL that we all have been waiting on. But speaking about waiting on, let's take a look at the rules so far. This is King of the Hill, and it's super simple. First come, first serve. Best of one. Winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And moving on to today's match, we do have a team that has been known to wreak havoc in the Land of the Dawn for a long time, taking place in many events and also in future events as well, as they are going to be competing regularly. Rebels in Paradise going up against my own team that I am personally coaching, Team FaZe. So definitely going to be keeping my eyes on the prize and trying to make sure that they kind of rotate and do everything the right way, as this is my little baby that I've been prepping for a little while. Brand new team. This is their first season in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and second day competing, so I'm excited to kind of see what they bring to the table. But speaking of the table, we got two amazing casters on the desk. We have Coach Deku, Do You Even Breathe, on the play-by-play, joined by Master Rim for the analysts. How you guys doing today?
I'm doing great, man, and I'm very excited to see these teams. I mean, this is a great series for me, right? Rebels in Paradise, I'm very familiar with them, very familiar with their leader. He's been around a long time, man. I'm talking about since ML dropped out 2016, early 2017 range. He goes way back. And then, like you said, FaZe, your own new team. You know, moving on from OTS here over to the green pastures across the fence there with this team. So I'm very excited to see both of them interact for the first time in the MLSA. But enough from me. Rim, how are you feeling? And what are your thoughts on this matchup?
I mean, I'm feeling good, right? The feeling is definitely mutual across the board. I'm very excited to see how this match is gonna go. Like, as we all know, this is the King of the Hill. It's the best of one, right? Winner stays on, losing team goes off. But speaking of things being allowed to stay on, we saw Joy being left open in this draft, right? And they're gonna go ahead and lock in the Yves as well as the Lapu Lapu in response to letting that Joy true, right? But it's not an easy pick to be allowed into the meta. But look, if we look at the bans here, right? The side of Team FaZe banning out that Martis as well as that Fedrin and Carry, right? Pretty strong bans, but looking at the side of Robinson Paradise, banning out that Hayabusa and the Glue. Two strong meta bans, right? But then them opting in to ban this Johnson. And I'm questioning why that was done. And was it to open this Joy to be able to have something that you can flex in your corner, right? To open up, to force the side of Team FaZe to ban something, to leave that open, right? So definitely an interesting ban in terms of picking him off. But speaking of things to be picked off, we are seeing Misery locking in this Kaja as the two birds, you know, being locked in right now for the side of Rebels in Paradise.
Definitely some interesting picks. Definitely some bird picks indeed over there. And I actually like it, right? I like the Kaja. We talked about it right before. The Suppress coming into play, definitely matched up against the Eve. It is a little tricky to make work, though, if the opposing side, if FaZe can lock in some additional CC to kind of make the route to the Eve a little messier and a little trickier. But the Farsa, a great response pick into the Eve, has the larger range now, especially after Eve did have that box real manipulation of reduced down to that 5x5 setup, and as well as with the damage. While you get a little more utility, a little more slow from Eve, you get a lot of the burst and a lot of the that AoE damage coming in from the Farce. So it's a great matchup in the mid lane to be paired up against Eve. Definitely a wise choice. I'd love to see it. Something that I am questioning though a little bit, and like you pointed out, the Joy. Letting that through though from the side of FaZe is going to be costly. It comes with a very heavy price tag. I'm not sure exactly what they wanted out of the trade. You gave up Joy, yeah, but you got Eve back. I don't know if that's a great trade, right? Eve does lead into a lot of compositions. It does open up a lot of 5v5 team fights, which is what I'm sure we'll probably see from the side of FaZe, but it's a lot to risk all on the line. We've seen Joy perform in M4, and we know how that goes, but maybe some answers, maybe some things we don't know coming from the side of FaZe. They do have a Kufra locked in, potentially be able to slow down the Joy with the magic ball, but time will tell. We'll have to see the level of execution as we are starting to wrap up this first half and move into the second half of the draft.
Now, we see the Fanny being banned out, which is a smart choice, right? You have Rena on this Farsa, one of those mages that once she's in that ultimate mode, she's not really able to move around and be mobile, but it's the same with the Eve, right? So them also banning that out helps her as well to be a little more safer. But FaZe with Kyle, that's Kyle, right? Kyle there on that Kufra being able to have an answer for Rena on this Farsa, right? Like I said, she's one of those mages that once she's in that ultimate mode, she cannot really do much from there, and he's able to cancel those flooded airstrikes, or even if not cancel, apply some pressure as well to her. But speaking of people who's able to apply pressure, right? The side of Rebels in Paradise, they need a jungler as well. They don't have much frontline at their presence, so I would like to see them lock in a tankier jungler here, right? They already have the Kacha, who's going to be able to provide a little bit of utility as well as pick off compositions, right? But they also do need an ADC as well. So I'm looking forward to see what they have at their disposal. I would prefer them to pick up something like the Clint, right, to be able to attack from a distance here as well. But speaking of things with distance here, we also see FaZe locking in this Kai, and that's a very smart choice, right? Because if you think about it, the Atlas is still open, right? And the side of Rebels in Paradise could have definitely slotted that in and flexed the Kaja to the EXP and then put the Joy in the jungle as well here. But we did see them locking in this Dorad here with that Retribution, and we're seeing them hovering over their gold lane pick here. But Deco, what are your thoughts so far?
Actually, Rim, it's very interesting that you asked me that, because I'm going to get right back to you in a second. But I do feel like on this composition, right, from the lineups, I'm a big fan of composition types. I love seeing a clear image, a clear win condition, and I feel like the side of FaZe has done a very good job on this draft. You have that high ground mage with the Eve providing a lot of utility, but you also have the Kufra, the Akai, and that Lapu Lapu Brave Fighter stance, right? Tyrant's range, as well as the heavy spin. A lot of ways to force to engage. This is one of my favorite type of drafts, considered a charge composition, right? They're able to force fights whenever they choose to. You have a lot of options to break out that engage, and I feel like the side of Rebels is going to have a hard time trying to disengage to avoid those fights. They don't really have anything on their end to really force the clashes outside of that Divine Judgment. Maybe a well-placed Fender Airstrike. It's going to be a lot to manage up against this heavy front line from the side of FaZe. But like I was going to say, I had to get right back to you because on the MLBB NA channel page, Christian wants to know, Rim, from you specifically, who did you predict to be able to win this match?
Now, my prediction would probably go into the side of FaZe here, right? And it's because, like you said, they have the answers and overall balanced composition. They have the high ground control. They have the frontline peel coming in from Kyle on this Akai as well as Jumo with this Kufa, right? But I want to look at the side of Rebels here. Oh, speaking of, we are seeing a little tussle here in the mid lane, but looking at these laning here, right? Joy, I'm not sure how I feel about her running that execute. While you can be fancy and use that execute to secure a kill, you still can't be bursted. But speaking of burst,
and there is that charge that I'm talking about. They're forcing the engage right now, and it's a lot of pressure for the side of Rebels. It's going to narrowly be able to escape from the onslaught from FaZe, and I expect to see a lot of that going on. But here comes Joy, kind of dash through the midst of all this. Doesn't have level 4, though, so you're not going to be able to unleash the beats onto the side of FaZe. But like we said, we're already seeing some of the interactions. We're already seeing some of what I called out in that draft. Being able to force those engages is going to be a major key for the side of Team FaZe. But speaking of things from Team FaZe, Rebels is actually going to strike first blood here onto this Moskov. Wang is a little out of place there. We kind of saw that from him the other night on that Wan. Definitely has a hard time with that positioning as a gold laner. FaZe is going to need that to be tightened up if they want to find the win up against Rebels.
Absolutely. And on a marksman like that Moskov, you have to stay alive in order to get your gold at your disposal. But speaking of things being at your disposal,
we're seeing the numbers increase from the side of FaZe. There goes the headbutt from Akai. A heavy spin. It's actually going to assist Joy to be able to dash out of that conflict. It's going to be able to avoid being taken down. But speaking of things being taken down, we're seeing a nice knockup from the Kufa there in the mid lane. You let too many of those hit you later on in the stages of the game, you might end up falling with a little bit of follow-up. A lot of utility, though, being used from Rebels in return. We did see the Abysm Strike from the Darth and the Feather Airstrike. But speaking of skills coming into play, Brave Fighter stance from Lapu Lapu over the wall is going to find the mid laner from Rebels. That is a bird down over there in the river as they are looking to make work of this turtle. Speaking of making things work, we have seen the DJ Joy unleash into the battlefield, but not going to find anything. The Tyrant range is going to connect on the ever so mobile XP laner of Rebels. That is going to be an important pick off from them. One member down from the side of Rebels. They are still maybe going to look for this turtle, though. They actually haven't backed away at all. They are going to keep working on it. Looks like FaZe is going to give this up, walk away empty-handed for this first neutral objective.
There's not much that the side of Team FaZe could have done to contest here, right? We did see a lot of utility being baited out, as that team fight did have an extension for a while, right? But speaking of extensions, we are seeing some item components being picked up here from the side of Rebels. They are slotting in that early game penetration coming in from that Beatrix as well as that Dorat, right? Definitely gonna help them be able to scale that Kaja. He's the front line of his team right now, and there's a heavy presence there. But speaking of,
we are seeing a Tyrant's range, not going to connect to the wall, but here comes Moskov with the stump. He's out of mana. This might have been a bad call. One dash left. He is already using it. A flicker in for Beatrix. A mistake potentially is there's going to be a quick trade. Wing on the Moskov is going to find the Bia, as well as Kufa going to be taken down by the Beatrix in Wu. That is a 1-for-1 trade, and I have to say that is in favor of FaZe. You lose a roam for a marksman. I said it once. I said it 1,000 times. There's a trade I'll take any day of the week.
Absolutely. And speaking of, we are seeing this Lapu Lapu cutting that lane, and he's already going to make his way to that mid lane. But we are seeing some full boots and items being picked up here. Moskov already securing his first item, that Windtalker, right? He's one of those ADCs that definitely you have to take a close look at, because he's able to dish out so much damage, and that's going to help him be able to clear these waves faster. But speaking of, in the same threat, Joy locking in that first Calamity Reaper as well. I'm not sure how well of an item it is for her. Usually you opt in for that Genius one and that Glowing one first, but speaking of, not gonna commit it to anything here. But we do see some more items being picked up, right? That Lapu Lapu locking in that Bloodless Axe for that sustainability, as well as the proxy on this Eve with that Enchanted Talisman. But we are seeing a clash.
We did potentially almost see a set, but that is not going to count. Almost doesn't get the job done. This knockup from Kufra with the flicker goes wide right. But speaking of things going wide, things going right in the side of Rebels' hands. They did pick up a kill on the marksman. That's 2 deaths now for weighing on the Moskov. That's not what you want to see if you're the side of Team FaZe. But speaking of things from Team FaZe, they're actually going to start working on that turtle and make quick work of it, as well as Akai is starting to secure that. They're off a little late to the party, but hang on here. He's on the back line, and so is the Kufra here. He's also with Beatrix, and the heavy spin over that tower wall is going to be able to secure that. Kai Lee taking down the marksman from the side of Rebels, as Eve was able to withstand the engage from the Dairoff there. Definitely something working to the favor of FaZe. They were able to pick up that neutral objective and a kill, but hang on here. Fight may not be over. It's Kufra, once again, missing. They're going to need to make those lands. They want this to count, but in the top side, Joy able to find a kill, and not just the kill, the clock. Rim, what do you think about this? This build path of Joy is getting a little interesting.
Is she going in for that burst? Now, I don't understand the Calamity Reaper yet. However, picking up that Clock of Destiny, even though it's not a common Joy build here. Oh, speaking of, they're stopping me in my tracks here. Not so much going to go ahead and just setting up for a set, though.
They could potentially, you do see Kaja entering her from the backside, being met by the CC, and we talked about that. It's a little hard to make it happen with a Feather Airstrike combination from the Dairoff on the backside as well. Is going to find a kill, make that 2 a double kill for the jungler on the side of Rebels, as they are looking to take down FaZe here, and Beatrix is going to take down that tower with that rocket with no minions, and that's just the power of Beatrix, right? Able to still take down those towers even without a minion in sight.
Absolutely. She definitely has the range to do it. Now, looking back at that build path that Joy has taken, right? That Clock of Destiny is definitely going to help her build up that magic damage. But speaking of damage,
building up damage and building up numbers. We are seeing heavy spin being used by Akai, but they are out of utility now as the members from Rebels are ganging up. A Feather Airstrike and a flicker from King as he's looking to run away back to the palace. As Rebels is not going to let that gank succeed, as they're quick to retaliate against the members of FaZe. Another jump from Kufra, gonna miss. They need those to hit, man, if they want to find those engages from the side of FaZe. There's a lot of opportunity, but you have to make them count. Speaking of making things count, Joy counting the rhythm right now and feeling it as they're taking down King, the Lapu Lapu, the XP layer from FaZe. Flicker being forced out from Kaja, but so is the tower being forced down by the side of Rebels. Tyrant's range not on the wall, man. The Rome's got to get his head in the game, or they're going to get taken out of this. Speaking of taken out, 2 members down from the side of FaZe, and the Feather Airstrike making it look like 3, as they are going to be able to take down Eve. But on the bot side, we are seeing Wang making himself useful. He's 1 and 3, but the towers count him down. It might be 2. He has a cannon mini left and a little wave on the way. But speaking of things on the way, FaZe with the heavy spin trying to disengage, as they're going to find the mid tower. Rebels is overpowering right now. Even with the trades coming in from FaZe, they're still just a little behind right now, as Rebels is moving militant, 4 members deep all across the map.
Now, I will say, even though the side of FaZe did lose out there, they still was able to gain some utility and some ground control on this map, right? We are seeing Moskov locking in that Berserker's Fury, definitely going to help him be able to dish out some more damage, especially against the composition that we're seeing here from Rebels, right? The Joy building in for that damage. Right now, she doesn't have that physical defense at her disposal, but she might be able to, she survives. And that's the thing, right? Like I said, I don't know how I feel. I feel like she could have the potential to fall off the more the side of Team FaZe picks up their items, right? Eve is building in to that Ice Queen wand right now. But speaking of,
we are seeing Joy. They are cutting off the music. They don't want to hear that, man, as they turn off the radio for the side of Rebels. But going here, maybe one more clash potential. We are seeing FaZe charge up, but we already know there's no one there in that bush. He's going to find that out sooner as later, as they are starting to rotate over to this first Lord that has spawned in on the map. Both teams getting ready to jockey for a position. But hang on here, a headbutt on the far side. That's going to be a key pick, heavy spin. But the wings by wings from far side able to escape. But hang on here, maybe not. King with the Braves Fighter stance, not going to be able to connect. But hang on, Kufra finally finding something on a jump. But is it the target that you need? Is the target that you want? And it might just be Tyrant's range coming out. Feather Airstrike in return. Nimbus Ruse Passion, a real world manipulation, coming from right, coming from down, coming from everywhere around as they're looking to make something happen. Not too many members falling just yet, but Kufa is low, unstoppable from dire off as Rebels is looking to make a play. He's not done chasing, but he's going to be slowed down by Eve, the utility provided by FaZe and that high ground mage, as Rebels is going to start making their way over to Lord, as they do currently have a little bit of an advantage. The roamer down from both sides, but they are going to go ahead and set up and take this potentially with no contest from the side of FaZe. But hang on here. Can you feel it? Can you dig it? Joy in the background, trying to unleash the music, doing a good job of zoning them off of this Lord, as Dark is going to go ahead and pick up the first Lord in this match.
Absolutely, and speaking of things being picked up, we did see some oracles being picked up there to Misery on this card, right? We also saw Beatrix locking in that Blade of Despair as well as that Malefic War, right? And as we've seen, she has not been a stranger to being able to dish out damage. But speaking of damage being dished out, Farsa, with these fatted airstrikes, she's pretty much online and she's able to spam it a little bit more with that cooldown reduction coming in from her shoes of choice as well as that lightning truncheon, right? But speaking of, we are seeing the side of Rebels in Paradise put some pressure with this Lord against Team FaZe, but
All right, wrench range coming out. That's going to be a huge pick right there. They're going to take down the Farsa, but they're not done there. Forcing out the flicker from Lord on the Beatrix. But here comes Dyroff looking to make it change. Abysmal Strike facilitating the kill into MK's hand. Make that a double kill as the Cooper has been taken out in the Ruse Passion. Not going to make anything happen, but can you see the pass from Joy trying to get into the background? Heavy spin from Akai. They are going to find Misery, but that's a triple kill into the hands of Beatrix. 1, 2, 3 is what I see on the kill count for the gold laner on the side of Rebels. They're going to make their way up to that top tower for a sweet tier 2.
Absolutely, but speaking of things being sweet, right? Looking at these KDAs here, Dorad 503, right? And then Lord on this Beatrix sitting at 4, 2, and 6, right? They're definitely playing safe, and it just goes to show their positioning. Ouch! And that sniper taking Moscow there to almost quarter of HP, and that just comes in because of the items that she was able to build in, right? We're heading into that mid to late game, and that's definitely where you're gonna see these marksmen come online, right? But speaking of win conditions, FaZe definitely has the ability to pick off some of these heroes, right? So they definitely need to capitalize on it. I want to see some combos coming in from either Kufra here or these heavy spins from Akai. A flicker was baited out there. And I don't know. It's like you said, Deku, the roller for FaZe has to come online right now. It's reminiscent of Super Shark on that one Lolita game, you know, when he was not able to find anything with those aluminum blasts, and we saw how that match ended. But if we want to have a success story coming in from the side of FaZe, they definitely have to counter-engage the pickoffs here. But speaking of counter-engage, a concealed play possibly.
They're definitely looking for something here. Haven't found anything just yet, but Kufra has spotted out 2 enemies. Will the follow-up be on time? As we do know, Dive can shred him down. Tyrant's Range is going to stick the jungler up against the wall, but we do see Wang has basically assisted Dive on the escape with that knockback going the wrong direction. But enough about what's going wrong for FaZe. Let's talk about what's going right for Rebels here, because they've been playing this composition very well. They have a very chaotic draft. It's very multi-layered as far as the damage and as far as the backline entry. And I think they're doing a great job of keeping it unorthodox for FaZe. They have a very front to back, and they're looking for standard traditional sets, but Rebels is not grouping up, and they're coming at many different angles. Feather Airstrike coming out from Farsa there, not going to lead to much, but hang on here. King looking to make the sounds of joy out right now as he has the Wapu, but he's gonna get taken down. He got isolated in that fight, and hang on here now. Tyrant Range from Kufra finally finding the big set, but will it be enough? Will the damage be able to stack up in time? Lord MK gonna take him down. It doesn't look like it's gonna get the job done, as Rebels are still too strong for the side of FaZe to capitalize on a great set from Kufra. They've been waiting on that all game, but is it a little too late now for the side of FaZe room?
No, I'm glad that you mentioned the word late, because the side of FaZe is a little late on the follow-ups, right? The moment that Kufra got that set, we should have seen the real world manipulation come down, as well as Moscow jumping in there to not only extend the stun that he has with his second skill, but be able to burst them down. But speaking of things being bursted down, the side of FaZe definitely have to just defend this Lord push.
And we're seeing the feather airstrike, but look at Cooper there with the charge. He finds two. Can he make the tyrant's range? That's a big 4-man tyrant's range on the wall. But will it be enough for the side of FaZe to overcome what has been happening in this match? Rebels will strike first in the fight. A 1-for-1 trade going on so far. Now look at Joy in the background, trying to make them feel pain, because what's a little bit of joy, but a little bit of rain. And now FaZe is on the defense. They're doing a good job. Whoa! Ritter's empathy going straight into the face of Wang. That's a headshot marksman down from the side of FaZe, and they're not backing away just yet. But hang on, Kufa, another 2-man knock up there. Very critical, but speaking of critical, the Beatrix able to find the hard points. They're taking down FaZe. That's a lot of members out of the way. Nexus is open. There's a couple candid minions. Can they make the push here? It's just an Akai. It's just an Eve, and Akai is low. One more shot. My goodness, the render shots are doing a lot of damage here. Comes real manipulation. Are we seeing reality set in on the side of FaZe? Can they find the end? They're at the base, but now the members of FaZe are spawning in. Can they get away? Can they just engage? It's just Joy. A little bit of stun. Gonna miss from King, but Joy's not walking away here. Trying to make him feel the beats. I'm feeling like this is disco. He's getting groovy on him right now. Cha-cha slide 1, 2, 3. Can you feel me, baby? As he's trying to make something happen here. Not gonna find a kill, but he's definitely torn with the side of FaZe. But hang on here, getting stunned. But a runner shot for the airstrike combination is gonna take down Wang again. My goodness, the side of Rebels is online. You can feel the synergy here, but a headbutt from Akai. Looking to find the heavy spin on Beatrix on the wall. A follow-up from Cooper with the knock up. And now they have taken down the marksman from the side of Rebels. FaZe looking to fight back. Tyrant's range from Cooper. Another facilitated kill into the hands of King. And they're making him look like peasant. FaZe has turned the fight around. Ooh, a reverse card from them. But in the background, you can see Dov looking for the mage. A little bit of a moat, but it might have been a little too cheesy. Is going to be able to escape. Yes, the slow is coming into a play. And then there goes Cooper again. What another knock up. The engages are critical, and Rebels is feeling the pain now. The game might have changed for FaZe. They're fighting back, and what a defense from them as they have sent Rebels up to the caster's desk with us, making them look silly. But are they done? They're still looking at misery here. Kufra gonna find another knockup. There's no one there, but you still on him with the magic ball. Is this gonna lead to anything? You can see the members, the Tyrant's range, and here comes Lapu. Here comes Moskov, another knockup again, and now Moskov is in range, but no, he's going to be able to escape. Maybe they're going to have to turn around. Joy's found his way into the back line, looking for the Moskov, looking for Wang. The beats are about to be unleashed, but no, he got caught by a stun. Will it be enough? The shield trying to sustain, trying to stay alive, trying to make something happen on the backside of FaZe, and now they have position, but look at Misery, conceal play with the Kaja. He's looking for a pick here. Nerfly shot loading in from this Beatrix, does find someone, but the Lord is going to fall into the hands of FaZe. It's a great pickup by the jungler from the side of FaZe, and now Misery in trouble. Proxy is going to find him in the real world manipulation, but Joy has let the music unleash, but they're not hearing it. They're not feeling it. They're going to go ahead and take that objective and disengage, and FaZe is now in a great position to win this game.
Coach Deku, can you believe? Because damn, these teams were at it for so long, right? And that's what you want to see. You want to have a response. Now, looking at these items, right, we do see Lapu being able to lock in that defense and that sustainability that his team needs, right, to be able to apply so much pressure to the back line coming in from the side of Rebels here, right? But we are seeing another engage here.
Potentially indeed. Look at Kufa charging up, doing a good job clearing those bushes. No one there just yet. They are mobilizing in the mid lane. We could see a potential engage. Look at the members. There goes the conceal. We could see the call for an engage. Look at Cooper charging up. You got to keep an eye on it. It looks like the side of Rebels is reading it. They were able to maneuver there. That could have been a potentially big plays. Moscow's throwing out the spear, trying to get a little vision there, trying to get a little damage onto the members of Rebels. This game has turned around. They were defending their inhibitors, but now they're knocking on the doors of Rebels. They are going to be able to take down this tier 2 in the mid lane. A feather airstrike, but a Tyrant's range leading to a heavy spin from the side of FaZe. They're going to find a pick off on Centrality right now, and it's getting silly willy for the side of Rebels because it looks like they're starting to throw this game. Kufra again for the entry, doesn't find a knockup, gets caught by the Divine Judgment. Real world manipulation coming in from Proxy here. He's trying to secure the zoning for the team. Lord is here, but will they be able to end? This could be the final fight one way or the other. Immortality being popped by Misery on the Kaja. Lord has been cleared. Feather airstrike coming in, but they're locking in for the Nexus. FaZe looking to replace the winners of Rebels, but no, he's gonna get taken out. Will they be able to end? They have to focus on the Nexus. King trying to get it done. He's been taken out. Proxy, can he get it? Immortality has been popped. It's 1 HP. One more attack, and FaZe is gonna do it. They're gonna take the game against Rebels in Paradise.
My God, beautiful game coming in from the side of Team FaZe here, honestly, they were going up against Rebels in Paradise, but they're the only one in Paradise right now, as they were able to successfully not only defend the heavy aggression coming in from the side of Rebels in Paradise, but also being able to push back and counter engage on some of this over aggression, right? We do see a Kai securing that MVP, but honestly, looking at these statistics here, I would give MVP to everyone on the side of Team FaZe here, right? Looking at the team fight participation coming in is very high from them, right? But looking at Moscow there with that 83% tower damage, he was struggling in the early game, right? But because he was able to push down that lane, it definitely opened up the map for the side of FaZe, right? But I want to give it to Jumo there. He was able to come online in that late game in order to enable Proxy as well as King in these engages and team fights here to as we saw, to successfully lead them to victory for this game.
Man, oh man, oh man. I was at the edge of my seat the whole entire time moving that camera. I screamed like 50 times. That was such a good game from both sides. But Team FaZe able to close it out with the epic comeback. Everything was not looking in their favor, especially in the early phase with the side of Rebels in Paradise, just having a little bit more of the advantage on these objectives. But you've seen when they were under pressure and made diamonds, and they were able to pull through on the side of Team FaZe to take their win in King of the Hill. Man, oh man, I'm telling you, this is a team I've been coaching, putting a lot of work into, and I'm glad to see it pay off. But at the same note, Rebels in Paradise, very impressive team too, did a really phenomenal job in the early game. I think they just need to have a stronger presence in the late game, maybe pull back a little bit of their punches and just played a little passive to close it out to what they finished. But good job, Team FaZe. Definitely going to have to celebrate a little bit later as I am the team captain for them. But good job to Rebels in Paradise too. I appreciate you guys being a part of King of the Hill. But speaking of King of the Hill, looks like the side of Team FaZe is the current kings, and that is not all, though. There is another team that is ready to currently take them down, and who is that? That is Dark Immortals. A little bit of that Immortals trilogy, the Immortals 2.0, Immortals the regular one, and Dark Immortals themselves. But this one's going to be Dark Immortals, one of the best out of the trilogy, I would say myself, and one of the most consistent that we see in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and they are ready to take down Team FaZe, and the question is, can they do it? Find out here soon as we embark to the final match for King of the Hill.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley. It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplishing all my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is wonder to behold.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and some insane matches today, and one of the best we've ever had in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy just went on the way. We got to see Team FaZe go up against Rebels in Paradise. Rebels in Paradise, a very seasoned team. You can see it in their gameplay. Team FaZe kind of seasoned themselves as well, was spread across the board in multiple different teams for the MLSA, and now combined for their own team, coached under myself. And it was just definitely a beautiful game to see Team FaZe take King of the Hill. And I can't be biased, though. Rebels in Paradise, you did a great job. And I was very thoroughly impressed with you guys. And I can't wait to see what you do in the future as we progress through the MLSA. But speaking about the MLSA, our whole focus is to help these teams get ready for future upcoming leagues such as NA and PL. You got NDL around the corner, NASL, you name it, it's there. And this is just the beginning. So hopefully with some of these teams you see today, they will prevail on to top teams in North America and potentially see them in the World Series. That is a whole game plan. And I appreciate everybody tuning in across the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American channel and the YouTube channel. But enough about that. Let's get into today. King of the Hill. Rules are simple. First come, first serve. Best of one winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time to the last team stands. Speaking of the teams, a new king on the rise. Team FaZe able to take a win and claim the crown, now going up against a new competitor, Dark Immortals, a seasoned team inside the MLSA since season 1, and I'm excited to see how this match goes. Joined on the desk, we have two amazing casters, Coach Deku, Do You Even Breathe, handling the play-by-play straight into the business, and joined by Master Rim on the on-point analysis. How you guys doing?
I'm doing amazing, Wheezy, and whew, I'm so glad we get breaks in between these matches, man, because I felt like I was on a long race there trying to keep up with FaZe and trying to keep up with Rebels, but now the Rebels have been taken out of the way and they've been sent on vacation. We're going to see Dark Immortals line up against your team, Wheezy. FaZe just had an incredible showing for an epic comeback. I can't wait to see it, but I'm going to wait for any further quotes from myself. Rim, please tell us, how are you feeling after that incredible display of action that we just seen, and what are you expecting for this match?
I don't know. I feel like I'm in cinema watching these teams clash it out in 4D right now, not even 3D, right? It feels so, impactful and jam-packed, right? But speaking of things that's going to be impactful, a lot of impactful things happening in this draft here so far. Looking at the bans, right? We did see FaZe struggling up against the Joy from the last game, so banning it out this time and not allowing it to walk is definitely an answer that they got right this time around, right? But speaking of, I'm seeing proxy on this Khadija, right, which is going to be proxied into that mid lane, pun intended, as well as King with this Grok, which we all know as of right now, he is a flex pick. He could be in that EXP lane, or he could go into that roam position and then have the Khadija go to her standard route, which is that mage in the mid lane. But speaking of things not being so standard, right? Rakbamba locking in this Valentina. Now she already has one successful ulti and then a half successful ulti coming in there from Proxy with that rough waves, right? But she does have that Grok ulti at her disposal, right? So that's definitely something working forward in favor of the side of Dark Immortals, right? But another thing in their favor, Jay, with this Kaja, he's able to secure these pickoffs on this Moskov, which we've seen from the last game. He does have the ability to overextend and be caught out of position, right? So that's definitely something into their hands. But before I pass it over to you, the side of FaZe giving another good ultimate for Rakbamba here for the side of Dark Immortals, and I'm not quite sure why they would opt in for that Atlas pick.
Well, I'm not gonna lie to you, Rim. If I'm a team like FaZe, after what just happened in that last match, I'm taking any odds and I'm betting on myself and I'm going all in. And I feel like that's what we're about to see. They're not worried about the Valentina. The Valentina needs to be worried about them. And that's what I'm feeling from the side of FaZe. And that's exactly the type of mentality that you need. Yes, the IMU is in place, but are you really me? Can you get it done the same as the members of FaZe? That is the true question. You can take an ult, but that doesn't mean you can find those ults just like Jumo here on the Atlas. Doesn't mean you can find those fatal links. Doesn't mean you can find those wild charges or be able to, you know, call on that stampede and find the back line. There's a lot that you have to be able to emulate, and it's more than just taking a skill. It is being able to utilize said skill. So I feel like side of FaZe is just kind of putting it on the plate for Rock Bomber and want to see if he can eat up. And I can't knock them for that. You know, that's the type of play style that we need to see from these teams. You can't back away from everything. Sometimes you got to play into some rough waters, get your feet wet a little bit, get out there and learn how to swim.
See, I definitely hope you're right, and I know for sure Weezy there, he hopes you're right as well, because we all know the side of FaZe there definitely has a lot in favor for them, right? And I love that you mentioned about learning how to swim and get your waters wet, because Khadija is going to be a beast for the side of Dark Immortals here, right? But looking at these what these teams have going for them, right? The side of FaZe, they have the Khadija, they have the ability to secure those kills with the burst coming in. They do have the team fight presence and frontline presence coming in from King on this Grok as well as Jumo on this Atlas, right? Looking at the side of Dark Immortals, yes, they have this Kaja with this Divine Judgment, right? They do have the Valentina as well in the jungle, and she is able to secure some of these game-changing ultimates, but like you said, it's down to the execution, right? But also, I'm looking at the side of Dark Immortals, and I'm only seeing one Purify here, but we are seeing some damage being dished out in the mid lane, not really going to turn into any kills, though, which you want to, you know, be a little more safe on, because if you, speaking of,
Mystic Field on Proxy, almost taking him out of the game there nice and early from Rock Bomber, but to be able to escape with the Slippery Mermaid there in the hands of a Proxy, and you definitely want to give any kills to the side of Dark Immortals early in the match.
Absolutely, and it's like I was saying, right, there's only one Purify coming in from the side of Dark Immortals, and we seen just now how easy it is to get that Purify baited out, right? But speaking of things getting baited out, we are seeing King having an easier time in that bottom side, but in the top lane,
we're seeing a lot of pressure be put on by Zeus here with the Beatrix. They do have laying in an uncomfortable position, and it's looking kind of like last game, but at least this time he doesn't offer up the first blood. This is actually going to be Kai Lee, the Leomord from the side of FaZe, taking down the XP laner, giving a little bit of assistance down there up against Dark Immortals.
Absolutely, and again, the side of FaZe, they have the ability to pick off here, right? We are seeing something happening here in the mid lane, though.
Potentially a clash is in store. Kai Lee with that Leomord doing a lot of damage there. Dark Immortals is going to have to respect Kai Lee here. Whenever that ult is online, it can spell disaster for them, but hang on here. Ipos with the Valentina. Keep note, Fatal Links is in the back pocket of him with the IMU that is ready to go at any moment here for the side of Dark Immortals. So we could see potentially set for a set here, as both teams might be making their way over here for this first turtle. We are seeing Ipos drag the aggro to the long side of the wall here. They're going to make FaZe work for the positioning of this. He's trying to make quick work of it, but his team is not with them. They're not set up. So that is going to be a turtle reset there. And the position that they once had is going to be backed away from now. As FaZe is looking to claim their little slice of the territory as well. But hang on here, rough waves from Proxy going to take down Ipos. Jungler down from the side of Dark Immortals, but the fight's not over. Stampede coming in a big penalty zone, though. A wild charge for the return engage. Another knock up, and they are layering this just right. Kylie is about to be online to be able to finish that kill, but no, it's going to fall to the hands of King there. And not only that, a turtle into the side of FaZe.
No, and that's, again, giving credit to the draft, right? Looking at some of these items here, we are seeing Grok as well as Leomord building, and again, as we've seen from them last game, that early game physical penetration component, right? We already seen Khadija locking in some of that early game magic penetration with that arcane boots, as well as building in that elegant gem to add to that sustainability for that early game, right? Xavier and the Valentina building up for that enchanted talisman for that early cooldown reduction to be able to dish out some more damage faster, right? But again, I want to give credit to the drafts here for the side of FaZe, right? Pre-turtle fight, that Atlas was pretty low and had to recall, but speaking of things being low and having to recall, we might
Be a potential engage here. Rough waves being used, not going to find the mark. Fatal Links is well going to miss. A lot of utility being utilized, but they still have the numbers to push this tower if they want. Phantom Steed is in the hands of Kylie here. He's looking for the damage. Be careful. Wang with the stun up against the wall. They're going to make it count as Kaja will be taken out. That's a bird on the menu for the side of FaZe. Dawning Light coming out, finding 3 members. Zeus trying to hold on to this tower. It's getting shredded right now, but hang on here, Proxy. Not gonna have anything just yet to be able to find a kill, but the threat is always there when you're up against this Kadita.
Absolutely, and she is a threat as well, as she already has. She's 1-0-1 right now, right? But speaking of Kylie as well, oh, in the top lane, Moskov.
Mystic Field and the stack on from Zeus, a good knockback, but will that be enough? No, Rock Bomba gonna take him down. The marksman from the side of FaZe has encountered his first death in this match. That's the first kill for the side of Dark Immortals, but hang on here, a flicker, Fatal Wings combination from Jumo and a slip and slide from Proxy to be able to take that kill and take them for a ride as they are now 5-1 up on the board.
Take them for a ride, more like take them for a swim, because she's bringing the water to them. But speaking of things being brought to them, we are seeing FaZe setting up to Proxy this turtle.
And they are going to be able to pick that up pretty much uncontested there. And that's a lot of things falling to the hands of FaZe. A lot of things going right for them right now.
Absolutely. I want to see them continue to keep up this momentum, right? We are seeing them, speaking of,
a Phantom Steed coming in from Kylie, but they're going to disengage. A return one from the Valentina there. Not really sure what that's all about. iPost not going to get anything done with that ultimate, but hang on here down on the bot side. Kylie is going to use that last bit of the Phantom Steed to find a kill onto Rizla. Not just the kill, they're working on that tower now as well. Should be able to take it out with a couple more strikes there, even with the Cannon Meeting gone. But keep an eye on Jumo here. Fatal Links, going to burn out the Purify Proxy follower, but he's already gone. But you know what that means. With a knock-up in place, and here it goes right there. The Petrifying, the Rough Waves. That's exactly what that opens up for, as Proxy is going to capitalize on the utilization of the Purify. And now they can look for something in the top side. Dark Immortals maybe looking for a trade here, but nothing available as they're empty-handed in that 1-for-0 as Rock Bombo fell to the combination of FaZe from the roam in the mid laner. But speaking of mid, FaZe making a move. The mid J has to be careful here. There's King rotating in from the XP. Numbers on the board for both sides in this mid river.
Absolutely, and I want to see the side of Dark Immortals, right? They have the ability to pick off members from the side of Team FaZe here, right? The Moskov, which we've mentioned, he has a little bit of problems when it comes to positioning here. So definitely capitalize off of that. But speaking of capitalizing positioning,
we're seeing right now a Fatal Link from Atlas, not going to find anyone. Barrier out, Wild Charge, going to have the stun, but where's the damage? No one around to be able to capitalize, as Atlas has made a mistake and let that be a kill for the side of Dark Immortals, and that's kind of what they need, is they're a little bit behind. But going here, Mystic Field, catching King here, you got to be careful. There's Terizla, but a big axe looking to make something happen here. Barrier coming out from Grok. A little bit of delay there on the rotation, a little delay on the movement, as now FaZe is going to make their work headed over towards the turtle here. They're going to make a play to go ahead and take that. It's like maybe Dark Immortals is going to look towards the gold lane. A Dawning Light, ooh, that was almost on time to take that, but Leomord is going to find that instead, as they're going to go ahead and cover up the gold lane. But look here in the mid, this is uncomfortable positions for them, as Rock Bomba is going to be taken out. The members from FaZe doing a good job on rotations. Is still online as they're making their way to the top side of Runner Empathy, going out, not going to find a target. So again, another 1-for-0 trade in the favor of FaZe.
absolutely, and man, it's like I was saying, right? But they do have some items being picked up here. We are seeing Moskov locking in that golden staff as well as that corrosion set, right? Definitely going a different build out that we spent. But speaking of a flicker play not being able to connect,
we saw a lot of plays, but here comes the penalty zone, and a flicker play from this Terizla going to lead to a kill into the hands of Rock Bomba. A 2-for-1 trade, though, in the favor of Dark Immortals, but maybe more on the way. Kylie with that Phantom Steed looking to make it another kill. Is going to take down Zeus. He's going to strike first. Lightning will not ring out here. Rock Bomba trying to trade it out, but is going to get slowed down by Atlas, but Wang Du will not be slowed down. Dawning Light going to miss wide right. Not going to be able to find the kill. Mystic Field, but the tower has already fell into the hands of FaZe's. Terizla is going to make this push. He definitely can go for this tower. I'm not sure what he's looking at here, but that was a free opportunity to maybe make a trade happen. And I'm looking at Dark Immortals wondering, where is the trade values? They are falling behind a little bit in the gold economy.
Which is a downside, right? Because looking at their
Yeah, there was a lot going on, but keep going, Rim.
yeah, looking at their draft and what they have working at their disposal, they're not executing it the way that it's supposed to be executed, right? And we are seeing the Santa phase continue to scale up, right? Looking at these items. Speaking of looking forward.
They're going to stack the engage here. They're looking for the pick-off, and that's going to come easy when you got 5 members down there on the bot side to go ahead and take out Terizla, and they can look for the tower, and it looks like they will go ahead and take it down into the hands of King there. He's looking to extend the empire that is FaZe, but not to be alarmed if you're Dark Immortals. Beatrix and Kaja are going to look to trade that out. Ipos has eyes on this Atlas and keep an eye on the utility. Fatal Winds is in the back pocket here. You can see the grouping up. They have to be careful. Ipos can make a play. He can make a set. This can go one of each way here, but they're starting to work on this Lord. You can see Moscow making quick work of it as well with that attack speed. They are shredding this. Is Ipos going to be able to make the play? Dawning Light and a dash in. He is going to be to find the back door of Rexy, but hang on here. It looks like FaZe might look for the return, but no, there's nothing there. They find the jungler, but they lose the Lord.
Absolutely, but I would consider that a good trade, right? We were talking about where's the trade-offs coming in from Dark Immortals, and that's definitely a good trade-off there, right? We have seen how amazing it can be once a jungler is able to just go in and be able to secure those last-minute breakthroughs, right? But speaking of things being secured, we are seeing something happening here in the mid lane, potentially. Not so much. Both teams kind of just, backing out here. But speaking of, there's something happening in the mid lane.
Potentially a big Fatal Links 2-man pull, but a penalty zone to return on the engage, and that set is going to win out. Dawning Light going out, but a big 4-man wild charge. It's going to be a cleanup on the way pending from Leopold, but no, he's going to get caught out from the Mystic Field. They're able to turn it right back around. A reverse for a reverse, as Zeus picked up 2 kills in that fight to turn the narrative back into the favor of Dark Immortals, living up to the name. They're not going to fall out or die here. Proxy's getting taken dangerously low, but that passive from the Kadita, able to heal up some of that damage, but you can't bring back those dead allies. As Dark Immortals is making a play onto the real estate from FaZe. They're going to look for the mid tower, but here comes Proxy. Rough waves, murky waters in the sea of troubles. He's going to find a kill on Ipos here, but he's going to be caught out in the Mystic Field and be traded out immediately. Killing spree into the hands of Zeus.
That's what you want as a Beatrix, right? Dark Immortals definitely has things working into their favor here, right? Zeus on this Beatrix is able to start dealing some more damage now as she is being allowed to scale into the late game here. But speaking of things being allowed to scale as well, Rock Bombo, right? On this Xavier, locking in his 3 core items. And we know what happens once he is able to build in those 3 core items and then secure that glowing wand or that genius wand or that holy crystal, right? His burst potential is definitely going to be there. But speaking of burst potentials, we are seeing Kaja building that full tanky composition. I would like to see him build in a little more magic defense, one at least, in case this Kadita here is able to pick him off. But speaking of pick-offs,
we're seeing a lot of action here. Fatal Winds is not going to find the mark one more time. Dawning Light, 3 members filling that, and Wang filling it the most. Here comes Jay with the Kaja Conceal coming in, but a Phantom Steed, that's not going to be enough. Divine Judgment almost be able to take him down. Looks like Dark Immortals is not going to give up on the chase here. They're looking for a little bit more. A couple members moving, a couple members not. Dawning Light, again, almost taking out Kai Lee there. They have to be careful. And here comes the engage from FaZe. From the bush is Proxy. He's going to be able to find the kill. No. Going to fall down to the hands of Zeus. He's water, but lightning is in Zeus's blood now as he does strike that member down from the side of FaZe, and now they can turn their attention over to this Lord. It is like FaZe going to be able to do anything about it. The Spear of Destruction going out, and that's probably about as much as they're going to get it out. But Dawning Light coming out from Rock Bomb, but he's not the only one sending the shots across the map. And it looks like now FaZe might have overstayed their welcome. The contest was a bad call. King is going to be forced down, and then a Mystic Field on Jumo. This might have been a horrible idea. What was the call? What was the play? Lord's already out of the space there of the mid river, already in the hands of Immortals. At some point, you gotta realize you're gonna have to defend. There's no point in going out of those walls for the attack because now you're a couple members down and one Lord down as well as Dark Immortals is looking to close this out. Divine Judgment though coming out from Jay as I say that Phantom Steed for the response, but it's not going to be enough. They're putting that horse down out in the pasture as Zeus is going to find one. He's looking for two. Proxy found Rock, but it looks like Beatrix is looking to find him. He's going to be able to disappear, going to be able to get away, but will they be able to defend up against this enhanced Lord? They're a member down, but so is Dark. 4v4, but you got to count Lord. It could be a fifth man here to assist Dark Immortals to take this inhibitor. It is enhanced. That means there's a charge passive. If it gets a little closer, it's going to be able to charge, and there it goes. Lord signaling the push. Half HP is the top side inhibitor, but it looks like Dark Immortals is moving away. They're going to focus on other ventures. They're looking for that mid inhibitor. It looks like top side barely going to hang on, but hang on here. Big fatal links from Atlas. FaZe is here to play as they're taking down members from Dark Immortals. They have overstayed their welcome. If you knock on the door of hell, you just might get burned, and that's what FaZe is doing to the side of Dark Immortals. They're looking to turn this game around now.
It's reminiscent of what we saw in the last game coming out from FaZe, right? They are able to capitalize and, push on from these engages coming in here from the enemy side, right? Jumo, he still has that. Oh, speaking of,
keep an eye on FaZe. They can smell blood in the water, and there's Kadita with the rough waves, able to secure an immortality there, but Jay's gonna be able to flicker out the way. Will they be able to defend? There's no minions currently on the side of FaZe's. Members are coming in from Dark Immortals. You don't want to see the play happen again. It looks like FaZe is a little bit smarter than Dark was. They know that it's time to go. They're not gonna let Dark Immortals spawn in to be able to find any kills, but hang on here. They haven't recalled. They might be waiting for something, but they're very low. This could be a bad play. Mystic Field and Dawning Light, and here we go. This could be disaster. Jay trying to find a kill there, trying to find a pick. They're able to get away. Spirit Destruction from Moskov. There's a little warning shot to come no further as they cross the river. Jay, a little too late on the recalls. All members of FaZe are going to head back to base.
now I like the discipline that I'm seeing from both sides, right? But speaking of things that I'm seeing, Kadita being able to secure in her 3 core items, she's definitely going to be able to burst down this side of Dark Immortals, right? Looking at their items again, not much magic defense when she is one of the heavy damage dealers coming in from the side of FaZe here, right? But we are also seeing Moskov being full build, and he has that Athena shield, which is definitely going to help counter that burst coming in from that Valentina, as well as Bamba on this Xavier, right? But I want to put some attention on Grok here. He is full build and he has the magic defense. He's already getting that physical defense coming in from those items. But speaking of things coming in,
speaking of things coming in, speaking of physical, a lot of contact being made in that jungle, in that river. Looks like they might be able to separate. Jay has to be careful here. Members of FaZe grouping up. They're looking to secure protection of this Lord. And once again, Wayne making a lot of damage. But hang on, Kaja in the back with the Conceal, with the Divine Judgment. There's nowhere to follow up there. Dawning Light coming out, but there's no follow to be able to take him down. So a lot of utility being used. And now Zeus is in trouble. Flicker and Wind of Nature are going to secure that disengage from him. It does look like Juma's going to fall down on the Atlas. Dark Immortals is turning this around, but keep an eye on the Lord. Ibos is all alone on it. He's going to be able to secure this. Is Kylie, one for the kill, but not for the neutral objective. That's another Lord to the hands of Dark Immortals. Double Winter Truncheon falling to the hands of members over their rim. What are you thinking about that right now?
It's smart, right? They do have a lot of bursts coming in from the side of FaZe, and that winter, those winters being picked up is definitely going to add in. Even though it's not a direct defense item, it still gives them the ability to defend. But speaking of,
my goodness, rim is water wet. I don't know, but I do know Proxy's making it splash right now. The enemies of Dark Immortals. He's picked up his 8th kill of the game, currently sitting 8-3-7. That's a great pick off. 3 members down from the side of Dark Immortals. That does mean this enhanced Lord is going to go to waste, and that's another good defense from the side of FaZe. Dawning Light trying to thread the needle, and it did succeed, but that means it did no damage, as both members from FaZe are able to dance around that and are able to go ahead and take down that Lord.
absolutely. But speaking of things being taken down, right? Like I said, the side of Dark Immortals, they need to slot in some more magic defense. We did see an immortality, but speaking of
it, Divine Judgment, Judge, Jury, and Executioners, Dark Immortals, as they're going to take down Kylie on the Leomord one more time, taking that horse out to the pasture to put him down. That's not what you want to see if you're the side of FaZe. Almost losing a lot here on their base as far as defense. Losing members could mean pushes here as we're crossing into the 8-minute mark. Those death timers are starting to get a little long. Speaking of long, Dawning Light coming out from Xavier, just getting a little feel of it, a little feel of the action. A couple warning shots as well from them as they're starting to group up in the mid lane.
Absolutely, and I like that I'm seeing Dark Immortals. Speaking of,
Put on the rubber duckies. Proxy trying to make his splash one more time, but not able to find the kill on Dark Immortals.
Yeah, and that's because it comes down to targeting, right? You don't want to, even though it would be nice to not have to worry about that divine judgment, it would be nicer to not have to worry about Zeus or, but speaking of,
Speaking of being worried, Proxy not worried about a thing as he's going to go ahead and continue the mid lane gap as he's going to shut down Rock Bomba one more time, but keep an eye over here on King with the Grok. He's leading the charge, and we can see a wild one. Fatal Links, though. 3 members down from the side of Dark Immortals. Will it be 4? They're looking to take down J Immortality out of the way, and they're going to look to go ahead and get him out of the way. 4 members down, and now God bless his soul as they're looking to go ahead and end the game here. And he's the last member standing from the side of Dark Immortals, but he's a little slow with what he's packing with that hammer. Penalty zone. But have you done the last thing here as Dark Immortals is going to be able to lose this match? FaZe has overcome Dark Immortals here and ends it on the Nexus.
Man, beautiful game they're coming out from the side of FaZe, right? They definitely said that this Dark Immortals era is nothing but a phase to us, right? Like I said, Proxy, with this Kadita pick being able to secure the MVP for this match, right? We did see that full burst coming in from her here. Looking at the statistics, right? We are seeing 32% damage coming in from her overall, right? But looking at the overall team fight composition coming in from the side of Team FaZe here, I'm seeing a lot of heavy, huge balanced numbers here, right? But speaking of things that's not too balanced, Moscow there dealing 60% tower damage for the side of Team FaZe, which is definitely what you want to see, right? Shout out to Zeus as well, being able to try to give Dark Immortals some breathing room there with that 79% herself. But overall, FaZe is still in paradise, and they were able to win now the last game of the King of the Hill series.
And what a beautiful way to close it out between 2 amazing teams going down to the wire on that late game micro and macro. But Team FaZe able to do it just slightly better in the end to be able to take that win. And that is 2 wins in a row for them to finish off today in King of the Hill as the current kings. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate y'all tuning in to the live stream today all the way across the land of the dawn on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American YouTube channel and on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel as well. Make sure you guys sign up on our official Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server if you guys want to be up to date with ongoing events, if you want to compete against these teams, if you want to take your casual gameplay to the professional platform. We have it all there. If you're a solo player and you're looking for a top team, definitely join. We have a spot where you can post your stats, and any of these teams you've seen today may possibly pick you up. And if you already have a team, even better. Still register, get you guys in here, and we'll be able to get you guys on the big screen to be able to cast or play inside the Mobile Legends Scrim Academies. We are also looking for casters, up-and-coming talent in North America. So if you want to perfect that craft on the mic, definitely stop by, and we would love to have you. But like we said, that is going to close out the day. A special shout out to all the amazing casters on the desk that make up the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy staff. Yeah, myself on the production side of things, Coach Deku Do Even Breathe, handling a lot on the Discord side and a lot of these backdoor things that we've been working on to be able to provide the best show for you guys possible. And then the lead moderator on our server to kind of handle business and handle casting on the analyst part of things, Master Rim. Guys, it's been a pleasure. That is our full team, and we hope to see you guys on the next show, which will be live tomorrow, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time, and it'll be a bunch of series of threes. That's right, 4 series of threes against a lot of these teams that you've seen today and so much more. So definitely stay tuned. Make sure you subscribe on the MLSA YouTube channel and register on the MLSA Discord server. Thank you so much for MLBB NA. We love you guys. Appreciate you spending your time with us. We look forward to seeing you guys next time in the Land of the Dawn. Peace.